Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Beat that drum. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai go, Haribo, 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 Nitai go, Haribo. Nitai go, Haribo, 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 Nitai go, Haribo. Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Ceremony Ki Jai. Nitai Gaura Premanandi Haribo. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Astotara Satashishimad Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sagaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jamuna Mai Ki Tulsi Devi Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Samaveda Bhaktivinoda Ki Nitai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Seat. Hare Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, we'd like to give you all a warm welcome to today's special festival of Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So I'm going to hand it over to Vishaka Mataji in a minute, but I just wanted to run you through the schedule. So today we're going to start with offering the Vyasa Puja books to Srila Prabhupada. So there's two books. There is a tributes book, and there is also the Manor Vyasa Puja books. So they will be offered to Srila Prabhupada first, while we're singing the class, of course. So there is a class first this morning, of course, which is a lecture that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati gave. So we'll listen to the class first. After that, we'll offer the Vyasa Puja books with Shambhunath Prabhu singing the Gurvashtakam prayers, after which we'll have offerings by various devotees up until 12:30. At 12:30, we will have Abhishek of Srila Prabhupada, and because we're kind of restricted for time, because the festival is on today as well, as it's also a festival day, so it'll be just for Srila Prabhupada disciples. After which we'll have Pushpanjali and Guru Puja in here again around 1 o'clock, which is for everybody. And then we have a feast, but that's also just for Srila Prabhupada disciples today. And everybody else can take the usual feast in the tent. What to do? Hare Krishna. So I'm going to, first of all, ask everybody to give 3 big rounds of Haribol for our temple president, Her Grace Vishakha Devi Dasi. Haribol!
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for coming on this very auspicious day. I was saying this morning also, and forgive me, I'll repeat it, but of all the days of the year, all the festivals of the year, this one is the most important. Because were it not for Srila Prabhupada, we would not know who is Krishna, who is Radha Krishna, who is Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the Panchatattva, who are all the wonderful associates of Lord Chaitanya. We would not know about this amazing culture, how significant it is and how transformative it is and how rich it is. So we are so indebted to His divine grace. It's beyond understanding, beyond expression. So we're very grateful to each one of you for joining us today in this festival. And we can all relish the words now of His divine grace on the occasion of the appearance of His spiritual master. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Lectures now, then we'll have articles.
This is the 103rd birth anniversary. You remember 103rd, this is 103 anniversary.
1872, 1977, 104. 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 105th. The first one is not 1872. 105th.
Oh, anyway, this is the auspicious day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. 103rd birth anniversary. So, formal, and then third and fourth, and first and second. It is eternal. It is eternal. Just like Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has described Nitya Lila. Nitya Lila means it is going on. Just like just now, it is 11 o'clock. This 11 o'clock, and when it becomes 12 o'clock noon, it does not mean that 11 o'clock is past. 11 o'clock is existing somewhere. In India, it is 11 o'clock, and somewhere else it is 10 o'clock. And when in India it will be 12 o'clock, that 11 o'clock will be somewhere else. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever you take, that is going on. It is not that one is finished. That is material calculation. Material calculation, this body we have got. When this body will finish, it is finished forever. It will never come. Tatha dehantara prat. That is, in the spiritual world, there is no such thing as finished. Nitya Lila, Nitya Nupam. We have to understand that. In the material world, 1 minute lost, it is lost forever. Chanakya Pandit has given us instruction from the material point of view. Ayusha chanaye gopi na labdha sarvakoti vi sachet niratthakanga nita kanuhani statodika. Ayusha chanaye gopi. Suppose I shall live 50 years or 100 years maximum. So out of that, 1 moment lost, it will be never returned. From our birth, when a child is born, we ask the parents, when the child is born, the parent says, this child was born in the morning, 10 o'clock. So, if the child is born at 10 o'clock, and now I am asking at 11 o'clock, this 1 hour life of the child lost. 11 o'clock means the child has already died 1 hour out of his 100 years. So for Vaishnava, it is not like that. It is not like that. Na hannati hannamane sari. This is material calculation. 1 hour lost, 2 hours lost. The body's life is transient, it is losing 1 moment, 1 hour, but spiritual life is different. Nikta sasatayam nahannati hannamani sarire. So, as Krishna comes, yada yada hi dhanmasya glani bhavati bharata tadatmanam srijamo. Krishna is eternal, but still he appears. The same example, just like the sun is in the sky, but we see in the morning it appears, in the evening it returns. That is defectness of our eyes actually the sun is always there. So similarly, Vaishnava, as Krishna comes, Jada Jadagi Dharmasya Glani. Similarly, a Vaishnava means the confidence and servant of Krishna. He also comes for some purpose by the order of the master. So their life and Krishna's life, it is saying there is no question of past, present, future. Nitya. Nitya sasatayam na annati annamane chayi. So, tirobhav, avirbhav, they are the same thing as the appearance and disappearance of sun. Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur, our master, spiritual master, he also came in this world to execute some mission of life or mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he executed it, and when it was required, he left this place and went to another place to do the same business. Just like the sun rises at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock, there is 6 o'clock in another place, and there is 8 o'clock in another place. It is going on Nitya Lila. So, we have nothing to lament for disappearance. We should simply remember his activities. That is the matter. Vaishnave Kriyamudra Vikkina Bhuja. We cannot understand the activities of the Vaishnava, but they come, any Vaishnava come for some particular mission. Prahlad Maharaj, he said, Naivad vidhi paraduruttvaya vaitananya tad bijjakayana maha mritamagana chitya soche tata vimukha chetasa maya sukhaya bharamad bhado vimura. Prahlad Maharaj said to Nishingadev, my Lord, I have nothing to grieve, because wherever I shall sit down, glorifying your activities, I immediately begin merge into the ocean of nectarine. So I have nothing to grieve. But one thing I am sorry, I am in grief for this Vimura. Vimura, Mura means rascal. And Vimura, particularly rascal. Every living being within this material world, they are Muras. Because they have forgotten their relationship with Krishna. Mura nabhijanati mamekha paramabhayam. This is Mura. All living entities, more or less, we are all Muras. Particularly Vimura, because there are different types of living entities. Jalajanam Lakhani, Savarada, Kavinshati, Kilmayur. 8,400,000 species of life. So, the evolution is going on. When we come to this stage of human form of life, here is a chance to get out of this evolutionary process. This is the chance. Asiddhim chaturana chaiva brahma jiva jati. In the Padma Purana, the evolutionary theory, not theory, it is fact. Darwin's evolutionary theory maybe, but in the Vedic literature, the evolution theory is existing since very, very millions and millions. It is not crazy fellow's evolution theory, it is fact. So, in this evolutionary theory and fact, we see that the Bhaunam Janunam, Bhaunam Sambhavam, after many, many evolution, millions and millions, we get this chance of human being to become human being. So in this human form of life, if we still remain a Mura, then we are Vimura. Vimura means, V means Vishesh. Here is a chance. And Krishna personally is giving his instruction to the human being. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam saranam vraja. This is your chance. But still, we are not accepting. There will be Mura. And Mura, the cats and dogs, they cannot understand. If we give instruction to the dog, my dear dog, chant Hare Krishna, not Krishna. But a human being, either he may be known to Krishna or not known to Krishna, he can be trained. Just like in your country, in Europe and America, they did not know even what Krishna was. But since we have started this movement, Krishna consciousness movement, you have become so many devotees of Krishna. That is possible. Because human beings, they can be trained. So, in spite of all these facilities for the human being, if he is not trained up to Krishna consciousness, then he is Vimura. He does not take the advantage. Namala duskita mura. In this human form of life, he is classified as duskitina, mura, naranama, maya, avarita. Is this? He must be either of these categories. So, things have degraded so low that in India they are asking what is God. This is Kali. In India, where Krishna comes personally, when Lord Ramchandra comes, when Lord Buddha comes, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes, in that country, now young men are asking, what is God? This is Kali. So we should not remain Vimura. We should become intelligent. And to make us intelligent, Krishna comes, Krishna's devotees come, some messenger comes, and Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur is one of the messengers of Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to preach Krishna consciousness. And not only he preached, but he trained up many disciples to preach this Krishna consciousness all over the world. So, by his grace, we are also endeavoring to do something. This is called parampara system. So we should take advantage of this Vaishnava mission. As Chaitanya Prahlad Maharaj said, they are very anxious. Vaishnava means paradukha dukhi. Kipam mudijjas tamaham pravadde. Paradukha Vaishnavas. Our Guru Maharaj, Bhaktivedanta Thakur, he is Vaishnava, 100% Vaishnava, and he was paradukha dukhi. This is Vaishnava. He criticized Nirjan Bhajan. He has personally written one song, Mon tumi kisere Vaishnava. Nirjanare ghare prasisada tare tabo hari naam kevala koita. Mon tumi kisere Vaishnava. Here is a long song. Jarero pratishtha, sugarero vishtha. Vaishnava means he doesn't want any material profit or material opulence and material reputation. He doesn't want. This is joy. But in the material world, everyone is busy for three things: material profit, material reputation, love puja, and material adoration. This is not Vaishnava's business. Vaishnava never cares for all these things. Vaishnava is always thinking how to do good to the suffering humanity. Lokanam hitakarinam. About 6 Goswamis, it is said, Nana Shastra Vichara Naika Nipuno. Sadharma samasthapago lokanam hitakarino tiruvane mando sadanyakaro. This is Vaishnava. Nana shastra vichara naika nipuno. In this shastra, everything is there. Just like Srila Goswami has given us Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. To understand what is bhakti, we have tried to translate it into English, the nectar of the Goswami. So, why? Rupa Goswami was the minister in the government of Hussain Shah, very opulent position. Takta Turnamase Samandalapati Sami Sada Tuchava Bhuttya Dina Ganesha Go Karunaya Go Pina Kantas. They designed the high post of minister and joined Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for pushing on and on this Krishna consciousness movement. Tapta Turnamase Samandana Padushaning Sada Tuch Bhuttya Dina Ganesha Go Karunaya Go Pina Kantas. So, Vaishnava means paradukha. They are simply things. There are so many politicians and humanitarians and so many, but nobody knows how to do good to others. Nobody knows. They do not know. The real fact is, as Krishna explains himself, that Asaddhana puja dharma sasa parantava mana prapya nivartanti mittu samsara vatmani. This is real suffering of the humanity. I especially speak of humanity because the human form of life one can actually understand what is the position, what is the value of life. The value of life, one should understand that we are in the cycle of birth and death. Buddha, Buddha, pradiyate. Once we take birth and again we die. Janma mrityu jara vyadi. Dukkha dosana darjana. So one should be intelligent to understand that I am eternal. I learned from Bhagavad Gita and Vedic literature that aham brahmasmi, I am eternal. Why I am dying? This is intelligence. This is intelligence. Otherwise, cats and dogs, a dog, a cat does not know why he is dying. Neither he knows that he is eternal. But a human being can take information from the Shastra that he is eternal and he does not die on the destruction of the body. Na hannati annamani. Krishna is giving this information. Prathande handra. This is our real unhappiness. Janma mrityu jara vyadi. But if we are kept in the darkness about this, and simply we become busy with some superficial things, which are bahirarthamani. Nate vidu sarthagate Vishnu durasaya. It is durasaya. So all these leaders, the political leaders, they do not know what is the value of life. The durasaya, with some hope which will never be fulfilled. They are busy with that. Therefore, a Vaishnava is paradukha dukhi. He knows what is the real suffering of humanity, and he tries to step sadharma samastha nana sastra vicharani. Real sadharma. Dharma means occupation. Dharma does not mean that you believe in something. That is the description of the faith. Faith is different thing. But real dharma means the occupational duty. It's like government law. Government law, if you go on the street, you'll find keep to the left. There is no question of faith. You must keep on the left. Otherwise you are criminal. You will be punished. That is the real meaning is this. That dharman shashan bhagavat prani. The laws given by God. That is the simple definition of dharma. So, if we don't accept the dharma, then we will be punished. That is stated in the Bible. Dharmasya asya parantam asaddha dhana. If we have no faith in the words of God, manmana bhava man bhakta madhajaji mananamasguru. Krishna is saying, if you do not become devotee, if you do not think of Krishna, then you will not get Krishna. You remain continuously birth after birth, forgetful of Krishna, and that is very dangerous. What is that danger? Nivartanti, mrityu samsara. Again, you will be in the cycle of birth and death, birth and death. Note that today you are Indian, you shall get the birth again as Indian. No. Today you may be Indian Prime Minister, tomorrow you may be a dog in some other country. They do not know this. Pratitakriyamānāni gunaikarmāni sarvasa ahankara vimurāma kartāham iti mannate. You are not independent. Nobody is independent. Today may be something, tomorrow may be something. But you must search out your real life. That is intelligence. That intelligence is given by the Vaishnava. Therefore, Vaishnava has got a very, very great responsibility. My Guru Maharaj pointed out, Bhaktivedanta Saraswati मन तो में किसे रे वैष्णव प्रतिष्ठा करे निर्जन घरे तब हरि नाम क्यों. Formerly people used to know that if I take a mala and sit down in a secluded place, of course that is good, that is not bad. But the real business of Vaishnava is not for himself, but for others. Just like the example given by Rupa Goswami. Nana sastra charani kavigunau saddhanna samastapako lokana hitakari. Lokana hitakari. Not personal hitakari. Personal hitakari no, is not high class Krishna. I shall become liberated. Let me give up everything and sit down. Sometimes that is also good, but sometimes we take it to get cheap adoration from innocent public. That here is a Vaishnava, he sits down. No. My Guru Maharaj, Bhaktivedanta Manor, he was not that type of Vaishnava. You should remember. That is his special gift. He wanted every one of his disciples to go and preach the cult of Krishna consciousness. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted it. Here we are in this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's country, birthplace, we should remember. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of course, asked every Indian to take his mission. At least Bengalis should take Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. So, what is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission? Amar aggaye guru haiya taro ei desh, jare dakho tare kaho Krishna bole. Even if you cannot go outside, it doesn't matter. Wherever you are, either you are here in Navadvip or in Calcutta or in anywhere. So, you best become a guru. Don't remain a rascal. You become a guru. Now, how can I become a guru? I am not very educated. No, you don't require to be very highly educated rascal. Simply repeat Krishna consciousness, as Krishna says. You become guru. Unfortunately, we don't care for Krishna's instruction. We are busy with thisism, thatism, thatism. So we should remember, I don't wish to take much time, that's the Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur. He took this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instruction very seriously, and he wanted his disciple to do. Bhaktivinoda Thakur also wanted that, and Bhaktivedanta, this Mahaprabhu, is meant for this purpose, to spread Krishna consciousness movement all over the world, as it was desired by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prithivite ache jato navadadi gram sadbhakta prajan. So the beginning is there. We are preaching all over the world, and you, my dear friends from Europe and America, you have taken this Krishna consciousness movement. Again, I shall repeat the same logic on the Pangunga. Andha Pangunga. Andha means blind and Pangu means lame. Both of them are useless. Andha cannot see, cannot walk, and the lame man cannot walk. Andha can walk but cannot see, and the lame man can see but cannot walk. Now let them both combine. So the whole world is suffering for want of Krishna consciousness and spiritual life. If American money and Indian culture mixed together, the whole world will be. That is my ambition. Take Indian culture and help with American money, the whole world will be happy. Andha Pongu. If the Andha is taken on the shoulder, if the Pongu is taken on the shoulder of the Andha, then the lame man can give direction. So actually, this logic is coming to be true, and there is now agitation. People are feeling the pressure of this movement, and in Europe, America, there is opposing party. But don't be afraid. Take this Krishna consciousness movement very seriously. It is not a national movement or some social movement. It is the movement to uplift the position of the whole human society. So that was the mission of Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur. Somehow or other we are taking it a little seriously, and let all the Americans, Indians, especially young men, don't misunderstand these Europeans and Americans CIA. Don't be mad, crazy fellow. They have taken Krishna consciousness. They have nothing to do with politics. And you also, young men, you also join on the basis of Krishna consciousness and do something philanthropy for the whole humanity.
Hare Krishna. So we're going to offer the 2 books to Srila Prabhupada now, and then we'll start the offering. So where's Samvanas Prabhu? Has he got a harmonium? There's a harmonium here. Yeah, I've told him. Have we got a madanga player?
shouldn't be out.
Okay, that is couples.
I don't doing a couple. Let's see. Can the sound come out the microphone? I'll take the top. We'll take the top off. Samsaradhavanalina loka Chanaya karuna gunanganantam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam 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 Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Baditramadyan Manasodasena Romanchakam Pasru Tarangabajo Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam 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 Sri Vigrahadana Nityanana Shingaratan Yuktasya Bhaktaham Shani Indyadopi Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. Chaturvida Shri Bhagavat Prasadam. Swadhana Triptim Hari Bhakta Sangam. Gridvaiva Triptim Bhajito Sadaiva. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. 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 Sri Radhika Madhavayora Para Madhurya Leela Gunarupanam Nam. Pratikshana Swahalvanalolapasya. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. 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 Nikunjayuno Rati Keli Sidhai. Yaya Libi Yuktir Anapekshani. Tatrati Dakshadati Ballabhasya. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. Charanaravindam Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam Sakshat Hari Tvena Samastra Sastri Yuktasya Chavyahat Bhatai Vasadvi Kinto Prabhuya Paivatasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam 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 Yasya Prasadan Bhagavat Prasadan Yasya Prasadana Kati Katopi Jayam Stuvam Stasya Yasastri Shandyam Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you, Sambanath Prabhu. I'm your timekeeper today. I'm going to call up the order of offerings. So just see me as saying kind of Big Ben or something. And I brought a cow that goes like this. So if you hear the cow, it means... I'll make moo sounds myself then. It means time to speed up so that we can try and fit everyone in. Because we've got 3.5 hours, and I don't want anyone to be disappointed, because I know a few last year we didn't fit in. So we're going to start with our loved temple president, Vishaka Prabhu. We're waiting for Neela Madhava to read the Bhaktivedanta Manor offering, and then we'll carry on.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. These days, many, many visitors are coming to your manor in the London countryside. Along with their darshan of the deities, we offer them Krishna consciousness through Sunday feast programs, school of bhakti courses, and through opportunities for them to volunteer, to become part of a sangha group, to go on retreats and pilgrimages, and to celebrate Vaishnava festivals with us throughout the year. Many visitors are taking Krishna consciousness seriously and doing one or more of these activities, as well as taking your books into their homes. Plus, all sorts of dynamic initiatives are underway at Bhaktivedanta Manor. The devotees here have far-reaching aspirations for the spiritual oasis you created. We're fortunate that a number of dedicated Manor devotees have, in their own unique ways, been serving our beautiful presiding lords, Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, Sri Sri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, and Sri Sri Gaurnitai, with sincerity and steadiness for decades. We feel indebted to each of these devotees for continuing to help make the Manor the vibrant center of Krishna consciousness it is. From my side, I'm immensely grateful that somehow I've been given the privilege of serving you at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Thank you for this special opportunity. My prayer this day and every day is that I can please you with my service. My prayer is that everyone associated with Bhaktivedanta Manor, the residents, staff, students, visitors, volunteers, guests, cows, feels sheltered and nourished by their association with you, Srila Prabhupada, by the stunning presiding deities, as well as by your followers, the devotees. My prayer is that Bhaktivedanta Manor becomes everything you envisioned, and that everyone involved with it is immersed in humble, cooperative service. Then, in your words, we'll be with you in the spiritual world. The spiritual master lives forever by his divine instructions, and the follower lives with him. Your servant always, Vishaka Dasi.
Next, we have the Bhaktivedanta Manor's offering to the international book, which you can find online now. It's available for everyone online.
Dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, His Divine Grace. Sriman George Harrison Prabhu gave us Bhaktivedanta Manor. The devotees moved into the manor on Tuesday, the 1st of May, 1973. As soon as your Divine Grace had been informed that we now had proprietorship of the estate, you immediately wanted to travel to your Bhaktivedanta Manor. Hence, on Wednesday, 23rd of May, 1973, you appeared at the manor most majestically. Your helicopter landed on the front lawn. You remained here for over 4 months. And now, after almost 52 years, this was written several months back, so now after 52 years, there has been tremendous growth, expansion, and development. And you all would have noticed that yesterday. Hopefully not too much today. As we come down Dharam Marg, after entering through the grand main gates on the left, we observe the horticulture fields where we engage our woofers. This initiative has over the years made many devotees. Thereafter, we see our Kalpavriksha cows. And just the other day, a boy was born. We wanted a girl. Girls are better than boys. We take darshan of them as they happily graze upon the evergreen fresh grass. Not currently, though. Dharam Marg itself is, it says here, 802 meters in length. Yes, 802 meters in length is Dharam Marg, servicing and welcoming all Vaishnava devotees and pilgrims alike. Halfway down, we begin to observe the new Gokul Goshala, which is our Hilton for Gomata. With its substantial barns, we then come to the Japa garden on the right, which is perfect for encouraging devotees to chant Japa. From there, we can see the children's playground, Wonderva. The main feature being Agasura, where the children are very happily playing. We then turn left and are now right in front of the Sri Krishna Haveli facility building, which has a footprint of just over 2,000 square meters. The two magnificent Tulsi greenhouses and the Tulsi gardens are most beautifully prominent as we enter the north car park. At the top of the old driveway, toward the right is our George Harrison garden. Next to it is the elegant garden dedicated to your divine grace. This takes us right round the lake with its boathouse, at which point we can take full darshan of Bhaktivedanta Manor, home of their supreme lordships. We end by entering the south car park. All this and much more you have so kindly given us, Srila Prabhupada. To have an estate consisting of 80 acres within the London area, M25, is indeed remarkable. To my knowledge, no other religious institution has such a thing. On behalf of all the Vaishnava devotees of Radha Gokulananda, we are indeed most very grateful and indebted to their supreme lordships and to your divine grace for providing so much facility. However, we wish to increase and expand further and further. So within the next 2 years, by the time of your 50th Tirobhav celebrations, we will have revealed our plans. And so we sincerely pray to your divine grace for more and more facility in order to expand Krishna consciousness. Your eternal servant, Nilamadhav Das, Damaging Director of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor. Thank you.
Next we have Sakshi Gopal Prabhu, who's got some special offering for us today.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Vastyachara Satarine. O Master, Srila Prabhupada, you are a resident of Gokula. You are a resident of Golok. Our pranams at your lotus feet and prayers, we may invoke the ocean of your mercy flow that keeps us each engaged and protected from the madness of this Kali Yuga age. Now begging for your blessings as we offer you these words. As if a dwarf could touch the moon. The notion is absurd, but by your kindness, even fools and rascals such as I may receive your sidelong mercy glance by grace of Gaurnitai. The realized spiritual master is Uttama Adhikari, who sees Krishna's hand in everything, and never one to tarry, yet willingly steps down to act as only Madhyams can, as you gave your all to give the world the Srimad Bhagavatam. The realized spiritual master is Uttama Adhikari, whose flood of endless mercy even neophytes may carry, empowered by their eagerness to serve your lotus feet. They spread your message far and wide and never fear defeat. You write, the spiritual master must be resident of Goloka, full realized in love of God and never mediocre. You embody all the mercy of Guru Parampara, and your presence, like the moon, outshines a galaxy of stars. You said that when the spiritual master is resident of Golok, then Krishna Prem is his to give. Reciprocally invoked, your glance of loving gratitude is key to Krishna's grace. For to please you is to please the Lord within your heart's embrace. The spiritual master, you assert, is resident of Golok. Transparent via media, the transcendental broker, who, despite our own shortcomings in the currency of love, you accept our heartfelt service on behalf of God above. The spiritual master you have taught is resident of Goloka. You speak with such authority and bring to life each sloka that others know they're free to quote and even memorize, but when hearing from your lotus mouth, the verses come alive. Acharya brings the matchless gift, the Bhakti Lata Bij, that can grow beyond the universe to Krishna's lotus feet, via Bhakti's ninefold process that by your mercy we are engaged, breaking through the eightfold coverings that have us bound and caged. The Vartma Pradakshaka Guru, regardless of their status, Kanishta, Bhakta, Neophyte, despite apparent hiatus, as eager channels of your grace, some even unaligned, convey the blessings of Parampara that you have redefined. The pure devotees you assess by purity of motive. They are full absorbed in selfless service, never self-promotive. No matter what their service and whatever stage they've reached, Kanishta, Madhyam, Uttama, they live as you have preached. The Ritvik priest, as you have said, conducts initiation, invokes the mantras, sacred fire, and fits the situation. His role to give the holy name on behalf of the Acharya, whose absence from the yajna is no hindrance or a barrier. The spiritual master you have shown is servant of the servant. You took to heart your Guru's word with patience and observance to bring to life and manifest your Guru's pure desire as you guide us each to Krishna's feet and quench samsara's fire. Your ever well-wisher you signed off in letters to disciples. Your promise that you're always here to guide each soul's revival on Bhakti's path to love of God as much as we surrender to the shelter of your lotus feet in service that we render. Regular Guru, you professed, fulfills the role of teacher, who'll walk and talk the holy path as sannyas, monk, or preacher, who, duty-bound, repeats your words as heard and understood to bless the individual and serve the greater good. Acharya is a rarer word, who will never change the teaching, but may take up ways and novel means to pioneer the preaching, with methods that surprise the world with zestful innovation, and such gravity of purpose that allows no deviation. Acharya is forever speaking on behalf of Krishna. The highest good for all concerned is all he'll ever wish ya. He'll utilize facilities that others fail to see, yet acting on the Lord's behalf, his path is karma free. You've shown that spiritual master is far more than just a title, who accepts responsibilities that demonstrates the vital place that Chaitya Guru plays, whose transcendental role is to guide the new disciple as the voice of Supersoul. Acharya will walk the talk and practice what he preaches. Exemplary in every way, he lives by what he teaches. The transcendental pragmatist, enthusing all who come to take to heart the Yuga Dharma that Gaurnidai begun. With Kali Chelas on the prowl, who'll catch the unaware, you warned us of the show bottles who'll come to sell their wares, who dress and even talk the talk of holy mannerism, but whose deviation leads the way to rupture and division. And yet you said, if Guru is a rascal number one, if he doesn't change the message, then his postal role is done. Prime duty of the Guru is not to alter, change, or trifle with the message of Parampara as passed on to disciple. Were your battlefield commissions for the ashram of sannyas but a yardstick of the urgency you measured and surpassed? You overlooked discrepancies in those who tried their best to help you execute your strategy to save the dispossessed. There's some who claimed you bent the rules to spread the Yuga Dharma, yet millions more you've lifted from the wreck of Kali's drama. And countless souls around the world are touched by your compassion as they chant Lord Krishna's holy name, untouched by fad or fashion. The Guru Shakti potency resides in Baladev, and now by Nityananda's grace, you've kindly come to save the host of helpless jiva souls caught up in Maya's web of birth, old age, disease and death, where love of God is dead. As Shaktavesha avatar, you're rarest of the rare. You risked your health, your life and limb where others never dared, surrendered to the task at hand to implement the means by which to save the fallen souls by transcendental schemes. You plainly see our heart's intent and read us like a book. Despite our wanton foolish ways, you never once forsook the duty that you undertook to save us each from harm. If we'll but help you propagate Chaitanya's Yuga Dharma. 4 principles and 16 rounds we've each of us agreed. The minimum observance if we are to proceed to purify our heart of hearts, avoiding 10 offenses that can block our progress on the path with rampant mind and senses. You give the lens through which to see, the hope to make a start, the best of all philosophies, a prayer to cleanse the heart. You give us books to lift the soul, the sanctuary of the ashram, the mercy of Parampara, the gift of Harinam. Descriptions of the Lord's abode, the science of the soul, the loving service of the Lord, the process and the goal. Your assurance that you are always here to guide us through the night and come at last to Radha Krishna's realm of pure delight. You teach us by your pastimes there's no limit to your love, no limit to your sacrifice to serve the Lord above. Unlimited by time and space, your mercy knows no bounds as you fill the corners of the world with transcendental sound. Although you left our mortal sight in 1977, you reveal yourself through dreams that come as if from heaven. where your glance or word is all it takes to touch the gentle heart and reassure us of this truth, you never did depart. O Prabhupada, O spiritual master, guru, and acharya, ever well-wisher, teacher, guide, Gauranga's chief commander, no words or title can encompass all you've come to give, for you've built a house of touchstone in which all the world can live. The floodgate of compassion you alone have opened wide, the prayers of Vasudeva Dutt invoked and certified by your transcendental pragmatism, key to your success. You've engaged the world in Harinam, north, south, east, and west. Engaging all who come your way, you overlook our faults. Instead, you give us access to the transcendental vaults of Gaunitai's agenda, which your mercy pastimes bring by enrolling us as servants in their transcendental spring. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, everybody, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada.
Any Mike savvy person here? Yeah? So sorry. I'm nothing but trouble. Is that a bit too high? Hello? Yeah. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimante Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane, Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pachane, Nirvinsesha Singhavadi, Praskachide Shatani. Oh, Srila Prabhupada, I offer my most humble obeisances, millions of times, with Pushpanjali at your lotus feet. Om Jnana Tamarandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Tashusha Melitam Yenam Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. We know, Srila Prabhupada, that our dear Lord Krishna is the reservoir of all compassion, all mercy, all blessings. And when that appears in this world, it comes in the personification of the Sadguru, of you, and of our Guru Varg. You come with all that mercy. You come with all that blessings and that compassion. And that was shown how you came, and also came into my life. I unfortunately lost
my dear god sister, she was here one day, she's gone the next, and she was my best friend, which came to me to make this offering. I was actually writing it down, and then she left. So for some reason, I'm never able to write your offering, because every year there is something that happens. But Srila Prabhupada, because I might be gone next year, I might not be here. We're all at that age now. And there are two things that I have to tell you that I never told you. In your class today, you're bringing the whole world to become a family. The lame man helps the disabled man helps the blind man to walk. And anyway, the whole thing is that when you arrived here, and especially in London, you taught me what the meaning and the value of family is. You taught me so many things. In 1973, Srila Prabhupada, I never told you. But I know you know, because you can see everything. You taught me that when sewing for Srimati Radhika's sequin. And I was thinking it was the most insignificant service I could ever do. And you mentioned it in class. See, Srimati Radhika, Radharani, she never forgets even one small iota of service. To her, it is so big. So you taught me that you can actually see everything and observe everything from the deities, because you are that manifestation of Krishna. In 1973, Srila Prabhupada, when we exited the manor, exited London, or most of the devotees, I was the pujari for Srimati Radharani there, and I was also the pujari for Lord Jagannath and Baladev and Subhadra. And I never told you, but one day when I was cleaning Subhadra, Lord Jagannath was rocking on the altar, and he went to fall off. And all I knew was your love that you had for the deities, not based on Shastra, because I knew little Shastra. It is what I observed, your complete and utter love for the deities there. Also for the deities here, I saw it myself. So my whole body was, oh my Lord, he's coming off the altar, and we are like 13 feet high. So I threw my body in front of him, and I held his arms as he was falling. And I did that to protect him, to keep him safe, because I knew how much you loved him. And I crashed down to the floor marble altar with Lord Jagannath on me. And the pujaris came running in. And I opened my eyes, and Lord Jagannath's face was right there. And all I could think of, Srila Prabhupada, was that he's alive. Not that I'm alive, he's alive. When the pujaris lifted him off me, they thought that I should have been very badly injured. But your mercy, Srila Prabhupada, you saw that I was willing to die for my Lord Jagannath, your Lord Jagannath. And I had not one single bruise on me. And I wanted to tell you this, but we were so busy, and we were heading up to the main Rath Yatra, And you sent a message to me that Lord Jagannath wants to have a very regal outfit in this next Rath Yatra, the 73. So I made a gold and red outfit with a huge collar for Lord Jagannath. And I was his pujari on that Rath Yatra cart in 73, where just before it started, you came to Berry Place and you paid obeisances to Lord Jagannath there. You were supposed to stay the night, but you came in the morning and you were down on the floor for so long. And when you got up, you said, now Rath Yatra can begin. And you thanked me for the outfit. And when we were on the Rath Yatra car, we had a Vyasasana for you, but you didn't go on the Vyasasana, you danced the whole way. And all the pujaris who were on that Rath Yatra car, they all jumped off. And I was the only one left, because I was Lord Jagannath's pujari. And then, lo and behold, Lord Jagannath started rocking. And you can imagine the trauma I was going through. A couple of months previously, he'd just come off the altar. And luckily, he wasn't hurt because I'd cushioned his body. And now he was wanting to come off the altar of the Lord Jagannath cart and join you. And you were dancing. And the trauma in my heart, I was holding the skirts of Lord Jagannath, begging him, please, don't do this. You've already jumped off the cart once, off the altar. Please don't do this. And he was rocking so much, and I didn't know what to do. And then I turned. And as I turned to look at you, you stopped the whole dancing. It's on video. You just looking at Lord Jagannath with so much love. And immediately my heart became peaceful and Lord Jagannath stopped rocking. You taught us that the deities are not just statues, they're people. True people. And you taught us how to love them. It's only later throughout my spiritual life that I have learned Tattva, Shastra, to such a level that I now know it. But then all I had was your love. And that's all we had, was your love for the deities, for Krishna, for Radha, for Mahaprabhu, which you were giving in abundance. And there is one incident. And these incidences, I'm telling you, are leading to something. On that very famous Sunday, here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, I come from Holland to be the pujari. You'd brought me here without a doubt. There was a need for me to come. And that unfortunate Sunday, the GBC then had all the devotees leave Bhaktivedanta Manor. And I was left here on my own with my children. And a group from Leicester on a coach of devotees come from a temple there. And they were watching everybody leave. And they came to me and they said, we can take Radha Gokulananda with us on a coach. We can see the devotees leaving because something had gone wrong in our Guru, our GBC's mind, and it affected the devotees. And they left, but I didn't leave. because I knew your love. I knew everything that your love had for those deities. And I threw those people out of the temple physically and locked all the doors and windows and protected the deities for 1 week until more people came back from India. Now, you taught us, and you have used me many times as a tool, and I've not known why, and later I did. You taught me that I can have the mercy of Lord Chaitanya only through the mercy of Lord Nityananda, and only by using every sense and activity for your pleasure. You taught me that from a young person, and you gave me that wonderful story of King Prataparudra, who had the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. He had the mercy of Gadadhar Pandit, the whole Panchatattva, but he did not have Lord Chaitanya's mercy, and Lord Chaitanya would not give it. And it was only through the Rath Yatra, when King Prataparudra was looking at the deities and realizing that all the sand was going in their mouth and how hard it must be for them, that he used all his money to make sandalwood paste, to place it down on the sand, so that Lord Jagannath, he would feel and taste the smell of that sandalwood. Then Lord Chaitanya's heart melted, and he gave his mercy and gave his darshan. So you, Srila Prabhupada, you taught me these things. And then later I read that in order to have the full mercy, I have to serve in this mood, with this devotion, with this love, with this one-pointedness. Srila Prabhupada, I had to tell you those two things because I never wrote it, I never discussed it, but they've always troubled me because I knew I needed to share, but I do know that you knew because you've used me as a tool for so many things. And recently, and it's no fault to anybody else, I have felt worthless. I've been used as a tool for something else, and the feedback made me feel worthless. And I feel so grateful, Srila Prabhupada. I have never chanted in such a way in that mood, so I'm so grateful to those devotees that have made me feel like this. Oh, Srila Prabhupada, you put us under Rupa Goswami. And Rupa Goswami, because of his association with the Muslim government, he always felt like he was a trash can, a bin. He's so humble. But maybe Srila Prabhupada, I can have that mercy to become that qualified trash to go in that bin, because I cannot live for one moment without your mercy. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Kyananjana Salakaya Chashusha Militam Yenam Tasmaya Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, Asta. And next we have our most esteemed guest, Raghunath Maharaj, to please read his offering. And I'm going to send the board round again if anyone wants to give an offering. Is that phone okay? I told him to keep his finger on it. Have you got the offering, Maharaj? No. Is it? I didn't find it.
It's in the tribute.
It is? I didn't find it.
Here.
No. See, I looked for it and I didn't find it. Just see what old age just did. Okay, new plan. Oh, that's the old one. After all that, there we are.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, I bow my head in the sacred dust of your lotus feet. Today, on the holy day of your Vyas Puja, I pray that I may please you by faithfully following your holy teachings and serving your divine mission. You have mercifully given all of your followers the opportunity to receive your intimate blessings by assisting you in your service to your beloved Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, and the exalted Acharyas. Recently, I heard a recorded lecture that you had given. It deeply affected my heart. You said, when a devotee is so advanced that he cannot live without Krishna for a moment, then he can see Krishna everywhere. In these simple words, you have shared a principle that is at the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings. Lord Chaitanya prayed, Sunyayatam Jagat Sarvam Govinda Virahena Me. In separation from Govinda, the entire universe appears to be a dreary void. Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that a sincere disciple Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that a sincere devotee strives to be absorbed in pleasing Krishna in both pleasant and challenging conditions. To be so deeply humble that we realize our complete dependence on Krishna's mercy at every moment. The true value of whatever we do or say is according to how Sri Guru and Sri Krishna are pleased with the sincerity of our devotional service. In this way, according to the quality of one's surrender, Krishna gives us the vision to see him and serve him everywhere and in the hearts of all beings. Lord Chaitanya taught that even the most fallen souls can realize this highest spiritual perfection by sincerely chanting Lord Hari's holy names and living with Vaishnav character. Through the Sankirtan movement, he freely distributed the sweetest revelation of love of Godhead, as is exhibited in the inhabitants of Vrindavan. While residing in the Gambhira, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed the treasure of his heart, expressing Srimati Radharani's feelings of loving separation from Krishna. By his example, he taught how to cultivate union with Krishna through feelings of loving separation from him. Srila Prabhupada, serving Lord Chaitanya's infinite love is the treasure of your heart. You so mercifully shared this treasure with all of us. In 1965, you departed from your sacred home in Vrindavan to beg all people of the world to accept this supreme treasure, Krishna Premadhana, unconditional love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Alone in your old age, you ventured into strange lands with no money or any material security. Yet you prayed only to be an instrument of Krishna's compassion, to bring eternal joy to people in every town and village of the world. Srila Prabhupada, with profound urgency, you pleaded with all of us to very carefully follow the teachings and culture of Krishna consciousness and to spread it according to our capacity. Without authentic Sanatan Dharma, all noble efforts to do good are destined to collapse. Prema Bhakti, pure devotional service, is the Jaiva Dharma, the eternal nature of the soul. Srila Prabhupada, your total absorption in pure bhakti and your compassion for all beings reveals this highest dharma. In your books, lectures, and interactions, we hear the urgency in your voice as you plead with us to be serious and sincere in our spiritual practice. Your urgent plea is forever relevant, especially in the times in which we are living. The present condition of the world is stricken by brutal wars, devastating earthquakes, and miserable diseases. Horrific fires, droughts, and floods, heat waves and hurricanes, the tragedy of untimely death. Nations are severely divided with hatred and distrust over ideological, political, social, and economic issues. Terrorism, stockpiles of nuclear bombs, and man-induced climate change have plagued the world with instability and robbed people's confidence to safely raise their families. Racism, oppression, cruelty, and slaughter are unleashed due to the ignorance of bodily designations. Arrogance, vengeance, greed, and exploitation, as well as immoral vices, are rampantly being accepted as coveted characteristics of greatness, even in the name of religion. Yet even in pleasurable times, when there is an abundance of goodness, kindness, security, comfort, and prosperity, we tend to forget the very purpose of life in a world where suffering is imminent. To reconnect with our true self as loving servants of the Lord, the only sustainable solution is genuine spirituality. Srila Prabhupada, you have entrusted us. Srila Prabhupada, you have entrusted to us this knowledge and the timeless mercy of the Acharyas. You have invested your sincere followers with a responsibility to rise above our differences and to infuse the society with the culture of Krishna consciousness. It is above sectarian beliefs and is inclusive with all earnest seekers of God's love. Yet the path of bhakti, as taught by Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, leads us to the sweetest, most ecstatic pastimes of the Lord, where the all-powerful absolute truth, the origin of all existence and the reservoir of all love, reciprocates with his devotees' devotion by becoming their intimate friend, child, or lover. Srila Prabhupada, this is your gift. We pray for your mercy, that we not be depressed, distracted, or indifferent to the heartbreaks of the world. We pray to be ever grateful for the transcendental gift you have entrusted to us. You taught us that where there is a great need, there is a great opportunity to serve. I beg forgiveness for my shortcomings in serving you. I am fallen, unworthy, and unqualified, yet you continue to extend your mercy. The most precious gift in my life is knowing that you have saved me and that you have given me and all of your followers the full mercy of Lord Chaitanya. I pray to ever be absorbed in expressing my gratitude to you by faithfully serving your loving servants. Your servant, Radhanath Swami.
It's Kripamoya Prabhu next, then Guru Charanapadma Prabhu, Kishore Prabhu, Sri Karma, Tribhangananda, Govardhan, Sambhanath.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sometimes we praise Srila Prabhupada as the Vishwa Guru, the Guru of all mankind, the Guru of all humans, the Acharya for the age. Sometimes we praise Srila Prabhupada as the Guru of the Hare Krishna movement. And sometimes we praise Srila Prabhupada as my Guru. My reflections this year are purely personal. My grandfather, George Mills, was living in Calcutta in 1896 when Srila Prabhupada was born. At the time, sadly, he and his compatriots had placed India under the sign of the Union Jack, the Union flag of the British Empire. Although that British Empire was already beginning to crack, and the ship of Britannia was sailing away to the rocks. Srila Prabhupada came to this land of grey skies, mist and rain, and I've always thought that Prabhupada came with angels by his side, angels and musicians, awakening hearts with the sound of the names. He invited all, high or low, rich or poor, to join him. Personally, I was found in a cold field, wet and unhappy, by one of those angels. I was fed and I was saved and brought here to Srila Prabhupada's house, where Prabhupada told me of a far distant field where a dark-skinned boy playing a flute and where everlasting joy could be found. The price of this entry to this eternal world was very simple, and I quote what Prabhupada said in that class: just give this life. You've had so many in the past. You may have more in the future if you wish. But for now, just give this one short life to him. That was 50 years ago. Srila Prabhupada's name is still on my lips each morning, both in prayer and song. I cannot imagine what my life would have been had I not met him, and I treasure his words of guidance. Once I was called to his room and thanked for distributing his books and helping him spread this movement. I was astonished. All my gratitude was for him. He had done everything for me, and here he was, the Guru, thanking me. Once in the lobby in the manor, he saw me. I said, "Jai, Srila Prabhupada," and he called out, "Jai." And those words, that one word, Jai, still ring in my ears in times of pain or doubt. His last visit was here, even though he must have been in great discomfort. His compassion was extended to everyone, but I see that his compassion was extended to me. He came from India for me. I've tried to play a small part in maintaining and extending his legacy. My children and my grandchildren sing his name and regard him as Guru, guiding light, and beloved family ancestor. I beg Srila Prabhupada to forgive my foolish youth, my doubts and tardiness of middle age, and in my older years, I ask him to kindly take me with him. So to right the wrongs of the Victorian age, to right the wrongs, I have a Victorian poem. I asked, O Master blessed, from Bharat's sacred shore, you came where Britannia's sons had lost their way. Long in dominion over realms afar, they drifted proud towards ruins, rocks, and spray. Through cloud and mist, thy feet in mercy trod, to lead us back to verdant fields of God. With heaven's own minstrels sounding strains divine, and angels walking softly at thy side, you gave the holy name, that sweetest sign, to high and low, to pierce the walls of pride. Through crowded street and humble hearth it rang, till hearts awoke. And grateful voices sang. I, lost and faint, in sodden field forlorn, was found by those who bore thy tender grace. They fed me with the sacred food, newborn, and brought me to thy own most hallowed place. There shone thy smile upon my youthful years. And turned my restful doubts to joyful tears. You spoke of him, the dusky fluted boy, whose smile beguiles, whose laughter charms the plain, who roams with friends in pastures Hare Krishna. Krishna Dharma. He calls us home to join his merry throng. One fleeting life, the price for bliss so long.
He calls us home to join his merry throng. One fleeting life, the price for bliss so long. O Master mine, at dawn thy name I weave, through silent prayer, then sing it loud and clear. Thy mercy gave the life I now believe, and joy that grew through every changing year. Thy face, thy words, before me ever stand, my staff in trials and my guiding hand. Once didst thou thank me, wonder strange to hear. I owed thee all, yet praise from thee I gained. Thy jai still resounds from year to year, my rallying cry when earthly hopes are strained. Though small my part, I strive to guard thy light and bear it forward into morning bright. I saw thee last when pain did press thy frame, yet still thou came, compassion undismayed. O may my children sing the holy name and count the ancestor in love displayed. Through youth, through age, through life's uncertain hue, I walk behind thee calling. Take me too. Yep. You can read that.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Kripa Mahaprabhu. We're having a few page problems today, finding the offerings. If Kishore and Sri Kama could be ready next, please.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. I have been meditating on the word shelter and trying to understand the meaning and the impact in my life of the shelter you have given. When we have shelter, we feel safe, secure, and protected. This world is full of danger. As you say, danger at every step. This material world in which there is fear and danger at every step, padam padam yadvi padam, is not meant for those who have taken shelter at Krishna's lotus feet. Such persons are delivered from this fearful world. Ever more frequently, we hear that because of climate changes, there is an increase in floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, violent storms, earthquakes, fires, wars, even our homes, the places where we feel we can have shelter, we may lose. So it seems that there is no guaranteed shelter in this material world. We all seek shelter, a place that makes us feel protected, safe, secure, warm, and dry. Srila Prabhupada, your shelter is what we pray for. That is the spiritual shelter you have given us, a refuge from the many paradigms of the world we live in. You, Srila Prabhupada, have given us the utmost shelter from such a multitude of reasons to feel insecure in this world. You have given shelter from the storm of material life, trying to prosper materially whilst neglecting our spiritual selves. Instead, you have introduced us to Vedic and Vaishnava culture, which nourishes mind, body, and soul. Shelter from a culture where socialization means getting together, having a drink, eat, drink, and be merry. And instead, you introduced us to singing, dancing, serving, studying, and Vaishnava Sangha. Shelter from a world that is intent on killing animals in the most brutal ways and consuming them in the name of delicacies. And instead, you introduced us to the most delicious, animal-friendly, and blessed prasadam. Shelter from a frenzied world of mental speculators, pseudo-philosophers, politicians, and atheists, and instead introduced us to a clear, rational, and sound philosophy of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Shelter from relationships that have no depth or meaning, and instead you introduced us to the loving exchanges between devotees of the Lord and how to share deep realizations, love, and inspire and support each other. Shelter from a world in which language can be foul and habits may be unclean, and introduced us to Brahminical culture. Shelter from a world unnecessarily complicated, exploitative, and entangling, and introduced us to a more simple way of life, depending on nature, cows, and respecting Mother Earth. Dear Srila Prabhupada, your shelter is all that we are seeking in this life. Please continue to protect us from all the negative influences around us. Through your books, your lectures, and the path that you have set us on, we feel very much at peace and hope to develop fearlessness. Thank you so much for giving me shelter here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Thank you for the shelter I receive at the many temples around the world. Thank you for the shelter of my god sisters. This year was the first visit to Mayapur Vrindavan for over 15 years. How these yatras have grown in size and influence. Pilgrims from around the world coming together to hear, chant, study, take refuge, and shelter. This is all emanating from your vision. The temple of the Vedic planetarium, nearing its completion, is a phenomenal masterpiece that majestically fills the skies of Sri Mayapur Dham. I vision you smiling upon us all and showering your mercy, love on all of us, and giving us the complete shelter that we are always seeking. We feel safe, secure, and best situated at your lotus feet and engaged in your service. With immense gratitude, your aspiring servant, Guru Charnapadma Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Tamarandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chaksur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. I'd like to thank Guru Shakti, first of all, for her repeatedly inviting me to write something this year. And when I messaged her that I feel unworthy and incapable of finding the words to write something for Srila Prabhupada's book this year, she came back and said, well, your email itself sounds like an offering to Srila Prabhupada, so I encourage you to actually send me an offering. So I went and was inspired to write something for you, Srila Prabhupada. So thank you to your young granddaughter, Guru Shakti. I don't know if you're here. Dear Srila Prabhupada, this morning, well, this is a few mornings ago now, this morning, while walking in the Herefordshire countryside, a gentleman pulled up beside me in his car
and asked if I needed a lift to the nearest village. I'd been walking for a long time, as I do every day. I replied, "No thanks, I'm walking, I'm fine." With a smile and a wave, he was gone, glancing curiously at the bead bag in my hand. Srila Prabhupada, while I was still in my teens, like that gentleman, you pulled up unexpectedly and offered me a lift to somewhere beyond my wildest dreams. Moving into the Radha Krishna temple in Sivenbury Place, London, in the summer of 1971 was like entering another world. The first words I heard you say were, actually, we are not in London. We are in Vaikuntha. Wherever this Hare Krishna movement, wherever this Hare Krishna mantra is chanted in the company of others, that is Vaikuntha. Previously, I was unsure what I was looking for in my life. But from the moment I first saw you, Srila Prabhupada, I felt secure, protected, and loved. A few months later, when giving me my spiritual name, you playfully joked, Kishore means adolescent Krishna, when he used to woo the gopis. But you are not Kishore. You are Kishore Das. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for accepting me as your disciple. Now, long morning japa walks have become the highlight of my day, along with looking after my beautiful grandchildren. My son Kumar holds a weekly Bhagavad Gita, as it is, discussion group. We've almost finished chapter 18. Srila Prabhupada, you are truly extraordinary. For me, attempting to glorify you would be like holding a candle to the sun. Thank you for bringing Lord Chaitanya's mission of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra to the West, and for making some room for me in your car. Your servant, Kishore Das.
Thank you, Kishore. After Sri Karma, can we have Tribhangananda and Govardhan after Tribhangananda?
Om Jnana Tamrandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Amalitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I'd also like to thank Guru Shakti. She's such an inspiration. Danger. Live wires below. Keep back from platform edge. As I'm sitting in a train at a station on the way to a festival program, I reflect on the signs I see from the window. Yes, indeed, there is danger at every step. Beware of Maya, because at any moment, if I slip, the material energy is waiting to electrocute me, the charges of the modes petrifying my consciousness. Life is a razor's edge, you say. One slip and down I can fall. So I must keep my distance from the material platform's edge. By Krishna's grace, you, Srila Prabhupada, have given me the toolbox to avoid and understand these dangers, thus keeping me safe on this journey. Firstly, you have given me the Maha Mantra Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The most powerful and recommended mantra for this age, which brings us peace, joy, and love. Then you painstakingly translated the philosophy and knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita as it is, the illustrious Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita, and most importantly, added your relevant purports to root me in the absolute truth about my real nature as a spirit soul, about this temporary world, and how to get back home to Godhead, the ultimate destination. In order to write these books, which you humbly said were dictated by Krishna himself, you rarely slept. You then had them illustrated with beautiful paintings personally directed by yourself. They are the transcendental bombs that can save many a soul from life after life of suffering in this world. Their import cannot be underestimated, as they, your books and Harinam, are the only hope in this crazy world to get the innocent on the transcendental train away from this madness. You repeatedly say that you are in your books and always present to guide the sincere soul in how to develop a loving relationship with Guru and Krishna. You have sacrificed everything to offer your compassion, mercy, and love to everyone so they can exit this prison house and help others to do the same. This journey can have many unexpected twists and turns, and if I don't follow your instructions carefully, then I will meet many obstacles on my path and be rerouted. So many wise words and instructions of yours I am still trying to follow. Dear Srila Prabhupada, Lord Krishna lets you see past, present, and future as needed. This is evident in your purports, written more than 60 years ago with clear instructions, such as creating self-sufficient communities, to protect devotees and myself from demoniac principled leaders, so we can continue helping you in your mission. You asked for no changes to your instructions, as this is our disease and will lead to potential derailment. I pray to you, Srila Prabhupada, to please continue to enlighten me to stay on track on my journey, checking that every action I take and every word I speak is aligned with your transcendental instructions. Dear Prabhupada, you are the most glorious, loving Shiksha Guru to all, and most feared by the demons. Before making decisions, let me remember to ask myself, what would Prabhupada want? I pray that I will always keep you in my mind and heart, and that you will engage me in devotional service forever. Your aspiring servant, Sri Kama Devidasi.
So we have Trivangananda, Govardhan, Yashashvini, Mahabhuj. They can be ready, please.
Hare Krishna. My most dear, loving spiritual Father and merciful spiritual Master, what words can possibly express my eternal indebtedness unto you? You've so compassionately come to this dreadful place of birth, death, old age, and disease, which sometimes looks, and indeed is, so wonderful, being conceived and manifested and maintained by a mere spark of the Lord's inconceivable energy. And being spellbound by this energy, we're blinded to the Lord's hand behind the movement of each and every atom. And you, my dear Master, are kindly opening our eyes, blinded by the darkness of ignorance, with the torchlight of transcendental knowledge by your spoken and printed words, literally as brilliant as the sun. Thank you for rattling our self-imposed cages and giving us the chance to revive our real lives, our eternal loving relationships with Lord Krishna, engaging us in eternal Krishna bhakti. By way of a report, as I know you like so much the news of how this movement of yours and Lord Chaitanya's is spreading, for your glorification, here are a few brief details. Following on after your childhood adventures with Lord Jagannath's Rath Yatra, you may be pleased to know that of the 30 or so Rath Yatra festivals held in the UK this year, by your grace and inspiration, we'll have taken a children's Rath to at least 20 of these and engaged many kids in happily pulling Lord Jagannath on his ride to victory and Vrindavan. And accompanied by a newly upgraded Nama chariot, a seriously loud and clear mobile sound system, so the holy names reverberate to all around. And this with nice loving cooperation of so many developing devotees. With the Gita Project, I have in the car 56 boxes of sponsored books of yours for prison inmates, hospitals and universities to deliver in the next 3 days, which are for many their last chance saloons. This work continues by your merciful inspiration, teamwork, and your clearly requested cooperation to spread this mission. Daily, we're encouraging over 3,000 to actually daily read your books by serialized excerpts through SMS, WhatsApp, and Telegram. You know these things. And this is inspiring me and others more and more to read your so important books, like Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Nectar of Devotion, Krishna Book, Bhagavad Gita, and Srimad Bhagavatam, as well as encouraging others to know more about all these loving devotees from previous ages whose special days are listed on our calendars. Please bless me to develop real enthusiasm to appreciate and help spread your mission to revolutionize this world and deeply value the divine association of your loving devotees, and further relish your association through your illuminating life and words. I'm begging you to please keep me in the shelter of the dust of your holy lotus feet. I was struck by one sentence in your purport recently. The Lord wants to rectify the enjoying temperament of the conditioned souls. Your boundless energy and enthusiasm astonishes and amazes me. You're very slowly awakening Vimudha servant, hoping and praying that one day I'll stop being a Vimudha and begging to remain eternally in your debt. Your humble servant, Tribhangananda Das. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. The happy time has come around when I have the opportunity to write down what you mean to me, what you have done, and how wonderful you are. Like the Maha Mantra, your glories grow sweeter the more they are sung. What a gift you have given the world. Watching and hearing your disciples and others put into words their experiences with you is like a dream coming true. One becomes an eyewitness to the unfolding of Mahaprabhu's prediction. How can we ever thank you enough for single-handedly breaking open the storehouse of love of God and scattering its contents worldwide? Impossible to be grateful enough, but we can at least be faithful. In your own words, which you spoke in Trafalgar Square, looking up at Nelson's column at Rath Yatra 1973, ISKCON, with all thy faults, I love thee. Your followers are, as expressed by your disciple Vegavati, as varied as the moods of nature. I repeat the phrase here for your pleasure, and will quote from another disciple of yours, Vyasaki Das. He got the opportunity to interview your old friend and godbrother from Allahabad, Mr. O.B.L. Kapoor. Vyasaki unearthed a priceless gem from your Grihastha life as follows. As a young businessman, you gave Mr. Kapoor a tonic from your pharmacy, but he jokingly requested the tonic you must be taking, the tonic of Krishna Prema. You cordially revealed the formula, Trinad Api Sunichena, and said, I will spread it the whole world over. Thus, a friendly exchange between two godbrothers foreshadowed the actual miracle which you did indeed perform on the world 3 or 4 decades later. As founder Acharya of ISKCON, the trouble you took to clear the Juhu land became a showcase for your Trinad Api Sunichena mood, and for how that mood was underpinned by Krishna Prema. I'm thinking of a certain Mr. Ratnapaki. I'm thinking of how a certain Mr. Ratnapaki would not give up his rights to a shack on the property, refusing to discuss the issue with the devotees and insisting on meeting your divine grace. Not only that, he specified that you were to make an appointment to come and see him. Given your stature as a holy man, even if seen by ordinary Indian standards, this seems highly untoward. Nonetheless, you complied, and at the meeting got Mr. Ratnapaki to name his price, whereupon you did the needful, immediately agreeing to pay the inflated figure. You even attended the shack the day this man's relatives moved off the Juhu site, and a procession was arranged to escort them to their new home, accompanied by kirtan and a framed picture of your divine grace. Reading this story in Giriraj Swami's book, I was so very, very impressed with the lengths you were prepared to go to secure a home for Sri Sri Radha Rasibihari. While reading Srimad Bhagavatam recently with a friend, the image started coming to me of your divine grace sitting at your desk in the middle of the night, working on the very same chapter that we were reading. As everybody knows, you dedicated your nights to the production of transcendentally realized literature. You told us that your Bhaktivedanta purports were your emotional ecstasies. I've always thought of that as referring particularly to the purports where you reflect on the Lord's pastimes. It strikes me now, though, that your constant urging through your Bhaktivedanta purports that we strive to leave this material world and return back to Godhead is just as much a part of your repeated ecstasy. Often when I see or pick up one of your books, it fills me with wonder that you were able to ignite a flame, inspire a revolution, form an army of young souls that would do anything for you. And they produced your books as an offering to you. How can I do justice to expressing what that meant to you as lowly as I am, you have shot an arrow into my heart that I can't remove. I don't want to remove. You have entered into my DNA. You are Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's predicted emissary. May I never stop saying that. May I never go sufficiently insane to forget that for a moment. Your books make me dizzy. I sometimes hug them, especially the French ones, whose divine translators I personally knew. You gave me all the pastimes I love. For example, Gadadhar Pandit was in a fix because he could not stop Vallabhabhata from forcibly reading his commentary on the Bhagavatam out loud to him, a commentary of which Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not approve. And the matter did create a distance, at least outwardly, between the Lord and the Pandit. Later on, when Swarup Damodar Goswami took Gadadhar Pandit to be reconciled with the Lord, he asked the Pandit, "Why did you not object to the Lord's behavior in keeping you at a distance?" Gadadhar Pandit replied that it would not look well if he acted as if he and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were equals, and that the Lord knew the Pandit's faults and qualities and would automatically be merciful to him. I love that. And how another time, when his view of Krishna was disturbed, Lord Chaitanya's mind became a yogi and left home. The yogi of Lord Chaitanya's mind wore the ring of Krishna's Rasa Leela in his ear, and his only words were, "Alas, Krishna." I wish for that meditation to ever remain in my mind. And going a little further, Lord Chaitanya declared elsewhere that if he again got to meet Krishna, even for a moment's time, he would adorn that moment with flowers and jewels. Where else could I find such poetic accounts of eternal life? Not only have you given a window to the spiritual world, but also the door of your blessings by which we may one day enter there. Beloved Srila Prabhupada, may I end with another story which touched me deeply, this time not from your books, but from Chintamani Devi Dasi's association with you. You allowed Chintamani and you devotee to visit New Vrindavan for as long as you were there, although the leaders did not want any single women in the community. These were very early days, your teachings of Lord Chaitanya having just come out. Chintamani looked for a secluded spot outdoors where she could read the book. She walked into the forest and it felt like Vaikuntha. In the end, she couldn't find her way back, and when night fell, had to seek shelter with some neighbors. Next day, approaching the New Vrindavan farm, Chintamani is met with a stern reprimand from a leader. "Where have you been?" Prabhupada is so mad. He was so worried he had to stop his translation work. Other leading men joined in with, "Yes, do you know Prabhupada had to stop his translating because of you? And he said you can send a 16-year-old boy across the world, but you can't send a woman across the street." As the rebukes continue, Chintamani feels she has been told off by every member of the community. By then, explains Chintamani, she was afraid of seeing you, and she goes back to her service of washing the pots. You come over to her and say, "So, Chintamani, you had this whole place topsy-turvy last night." She said, "I'm sorry, Srila Prabhupada." You broke into a big smile and said, "That is all right." I have read and heard so very many recollections of your dealings with your disciples, and now increasingly the way you treated your female disciples with a particular love, protection, and sensitivity is coming out. I feel I know you so very much better than before. There is much questioning nowadays how your movement can spread amongst Western people. I pray that we take a leaf from your book and study how very kindly and gently you treated the girls who came to take shelter of you. May many millions of fortunate Western girls find a haven of kind protection and service opportunity in your ISKCON movement. That is my prayer on this auspicious day. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I pray that I may also be made fortunate by achieving complete surrender to your lotus feet in this very lifetime. Even since I started compiling ideas to present to you on this Vyas Puja day, so very many more have crowded my mind, fighting for a place. There is simply too much to say in praise and appreciation of you, Srila Prabhupada. Please accept such incomplete sentiments as I have been able to write today as a symbolic representation of my endless gratitude to you, your aspiring servant, Govardhan Dasi.
Yashaswini Prabhu, then Mahabhuj, then Jagannath Ishwari, care of Vishwambar Prabhu, and then Karanadakshayi Vishnu. Yeah, maybe. Haribu, Haribu. Jai Srila Prabhupada, I'm offering my most respectful, humble obeisances to you, and to our Guru Parampara, and to all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. We were listening to your class at the beginning. It was a beautiful class and it had so many really important points. Unfortunately, my mind doesn't remember them all, but it reminded me of some wonderful things that we've learned from you. And I was remembering how what you came to teach us, as I've read the books, I realize is something called Sambandha Gyan. And Sambandha is such an important topic, because in this world, no one knows the purpose of this world. They don't know who they are, and most of them they don't know who God is. So Sambandha Gyan means relationship, Sambandha means. And you have taught us actually who is God and what is our relationship with him, who we are, and what is our relationship not only with God, but with all our other jivas who are here, the other living entities. And you taught us what the material world and its purpose is, and actually how we see that. So this Sambandha gives a complete picture of actually the whole situation that we're inside of, with relationship with the Lord, relationship with other people, and what the material world is. So I was just reading recently your Brahma Samhita, which is Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's essay, I guess, or speech, which I did need a dictionary for. But it was very amazing because it actually teaches in there how the whole creation happens and all the deeper understanding of those details. And then Lord Brahma tells all his beautiful prayers. And actually, near the beginning of the book, it says that the last 5 verses in that book are very important for jivas in this world who are trying seriously for the path, but they haven't fully realized yet that there's nothing here that satisfies us, but they want to realize that. We're trying to realize that. So when I read those 5 verses, I actually realized that it was exactly what you came and taught us all. You made it so beautiful and so simple. And in those 5 verses, it explained that for those who are within this world, maybe with family, with jobs, whatever material situation we've got, that if we see that connection of the truth of those situations, and we live within that in our mind, and we offer every single thing we do, whether we're washing up, cleaning the floor, talking to someone else, if we offer those activities and our thoughts for the pleasure of the Lord and try to act in that way, then actually we will attain our goal. So I was realizing that it's actually such an important book, and that you actually had come, by coming to the West, you traveled on the trains, and you actually, I read that you actually worked out, you watched the people, and you worked out the modes of nature, how they were being controlled, and then you were so clever that you actually worked out, you worked out how to teach us according to the way we were captured in this prison. So you were actually very, very amazing, Srila Prabhupada, and very merciful and so kind. You were sort of like a jug with no lid, and your love and your teachings and your compassion, I think particularly, is what brought so many people. It was like
overflowing out of the top of the jug. And everybody's heart just got captured. And yeah, what else were we saying here? Oh yes, I remember also that before you left, you were saying how only 50% of your work is done. You wanted Varnashram. So I read, actually, a couple of years ago, that somebody was asking you about Varnashram. And they said, you said about Varnashram, and they said, oh yes, Prabhupada, you want us to make Brahmanas. And Prabhupada said, Brahmanas? If we went to make Brahmanas, it'll be a very small movement in Kali Yuga. There's not many real Brahmanas. He said, I want the whole world. So we have to do Varnashram, then every single person, whatever level they're on, whatever mood they are, whatever class they are, they can all do something for Krishna. So in this way, you actually had a huge mission, and you had the amazing personality and nature actually to spread that to the whole world, and to this day, people's hearts are melted and serving this mission. So Lord Chaitanya's golden age is coming in. Actually, until Lord Chaitanya, even if someone perfected their sadhana practices, they could only go to Vaikuntha. The ability to go to Vrindavan, where Mother Yashoda and everybody else is, that facility was not given before until Lord Chaitanya came for a long time. I think it was 8,640,000,000 years, which is a long time. So you actually came, and if in Chaitanya Charitamrita, I think it's Adi Leela chapter 4, you explain in detail in your purports actually exactly how that works. And so you actually gave so much, Srila Prabhupada. And I know for myself, I'm a very simple person actually, and I'm very sensitive, but for your kindness and your way of teaching, I probably would never have been able to join a movement. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful to you. And one little story I want to tell that I got inspired by hearing other people's stories. When I was in Soho Street Temple, and I was working with like a big preaching team, people upstairs. We had people upstairs in the offices. And I was actually in the shoe room. I was the shoe room lady. I was very happy there. But it was at the top of the stairs. It wasn't like it is now. When you came up the stairs, that was the reception area. And the shoe room actually had it was like a stable door. So halfway, I was sitting behind it, and I would take their shoes. And because I was the shoe room lady and the first person they saw, they would ask me loads of questions. So all day long, I would just be telling people about Krishna, about the body and how it works, and Srila Prabhupada and the deities. And then I would suss out, if they were interested, what mood they were. And we had 2 or 3 preachers upstairs, so I'd try and link their nature to a certain preacher and send them up. So it was a great team. And then one day, they heard from people. They said they were so inspired by this woman in the shoe room because I was kind to them, really. And so they decided to put me in the office upstairs. And I knew that's not me to sit in the office. But I was too afraid to say no, so they put me in the office. And after about 5 days, I was so uncomfortable in that office that I just couldn't be me. It wasn't my nature to sit there and be the person they come up to. So after 5 days, I used to lock the door and go to sleep instead of reading the book. And when they sent someone up, I couldn't even relax. And they could feel my vibration wasn't completely chilled. And so it didn't work. So after about 5 days, I said, please put me back in the shoe room. I am so comfortable there. That's me. So they put me back in the shoe room. And then I carried on preaching and helped make lots of devotees. So Prabhupada, he gave this home that is around the whole world. And he gave a place for everyone. Doesn't matter how simple you are, how brainless you might be, how many mistakes you make, Prabhupada made a place for us. So Prabhupada is always my foundation. Whatever else may happen in my life, Prabhupada is there solidly in my heart, solidly in my life. And I am so, so deeply grateful, Srila Prabhupada, to you. Hari Bol.
Next, Mahabhuj Prabhu is going to give an offering.
Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharne Nidvasesha Sunyavadi Hasyachada Shataine. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I actually wanted to talk about the reunions we've had in 23 and 25. I believe you brought us together. The first one, I was very dubious about going to. This is in the Vedanta Centre in Lincolnshire. I was very dubious about going there, but after I'd been there first time, it sort of became like an addiction. So then, I said to Amita, so then in 25, we had another reunion, and again, more addiction. So I'd like to thank you for these reunions, Srila Prabhupada. I'm sure they're done by your grace. This is only very short from me. I wanted just to say a short poem in your honor. I'll just say the poem. It's a very short poem that I found in the Vyas book many years ago. This is just part of it, not the whole business, but this is part of it. Srila Prabhupada, eternal guide, taking everyone to the other side of time's rising and falling tide. In your service I pray to abide. Let me just remember a little bit. Krishna took you away. It seems like yesterday. I think what I'm trying to say is I think of you always each day. I'm low-born, foolish and mean, but I can't help pausing again, a short refrain, and the glory of your holy name. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
I thought Jagannath Ishwari's offering, you weren't going to read it? Yeah. Jagannath Ishwari. Then, here's a book. It's on my page. It'll be after where it's open. Somewhere. Yeah. Karna Dakshay Vishnu Atma Jagatam.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my wife's apology she's not here, she's not well. She asked me to read her offering, and she told me to tell you she loves you very much. Dear Srila Prabhupada, every time I write a Vyasa Puja offering to you, it means one more year as your disciple. Each passing year tightens the bond that brings me closer to you and farther away from the distant memories of previous lifetimes in this material world. Every year increases my amazement at my good fortune to be your disciple. What are the odds? How is it possible that I have become an initiated disciple of the Jagat Guru, the person chosen by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world? It is inconceivable to my tiny brain. Every year increases my wonder, awe, gratitude, and love for you. Srila Prabhupada, I cannot even begin to repay you for all that you have done and continue to do for this fallen soul. All I can ask is that you please keep me engaged in your service, birth after birth. and allow me to assist you in some way with your sacred mission to deliver the Western world from impersonalism and voidism. Your eternal servant and daughter, Jagannateshwari Devidasi. Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, here are a few words from my humble self, your grand disciple. Thank you for giving me a chance to say a few words. Tamal Krishna Maharaj said something to me which really it was an impact. He said that always remember that the disciples of Srila Prabhupada are the hidden assets of ISKCON, the treasury of ISKCON. Without them, we wouldn't have all this facility and the mission fulfilled. He said, always take care of your wife, who is the disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Take care of serve the Prabhupada disciples with love and devotion. They are not ordinary devotees. And always remember that your wife, the care for your wife, it's more important than your service. So it really struck me. This was maybe a year or two before he passed away. So about a year ago, my wife's health fell short, poorly, and I remembered those words, Srila Prabhupada. So I resigned from my service of book distribution minister, managerial role for UK and Europe, and I took care of my wife, your disciple. But of course, I never gave up my service of distributing your books. I never gave up my service of training your book distributors. My heart is one with your mission, with this service. Yesterday, I felt like a beautiful epiphany. I wanted to come to the temple very much to hear the class of a special devotee visiting sannyasi. But taking care of your disciple, will not allow me. So I got up early, chanted my rounds. I cooked for her, cleaned the kitchen, made sure that she will take her medication. And I heard the class online, very beautiful. I was carried in Vrindavan. Beautiful words from your dear disciple, Radhanath Swami. And I went out on book distribution, as usually I do every Janmashtami. And I felt by your mercy that the temple, actually, that very much I wanted to come, the street became my temple. And the books, your books, are my deities. I felt your presence behind me. Not only your presence, but the old parampara and all the 33 million demigods. I just felt they were watching me. So important is this service that I feel privileged that hasn't been taken away. So I came out of a boarding school as a young man, as a broken man. It was tough. For 10 years, I was abandoned by my family in this monastery. And I came out like a broken puppet. But you assembled my broken pieces and you made me dance at your will and pleasure, distributing your books. You are like my Master Geppetto, and I am your Pinocchio. For 40 years, you have used me distributing your books. And I know that one day this puppet the strings, they're getting rusty. I'm getting old. And they will snap. And again I will break down. My prayer to you is to please assemble my pieces together once again. And wherever I go, I don't mind. In hell, heaven, whatever. Make a use of this broken puppet, to carry on distributing love for your pleasure. Your broken puppet, Vishwambara Das. Hare Krishna.
My dear Srila Prabhupada, Oma Gyan Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Jakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Mukham Karoti Vachalam Pungam Langayate Girim Yat Kripa Tamaham Bande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. My respectful obeisances are due to you, dear Srila Prabhupada, my Lord and Master, in the dust of your divine lotus feet, and time again. Following my godbrother Langa Ganesh Prabhu's mode of offering, I would like to very humbly offer you, Srila Prabhupada, my report of activities over the past year, for your pleasure and for the pleasure of all the devotees. Following my 10-week course in stand-up comedy in February to April 2024, by your mercy, Srila Prabhupada, I was able to do a comedy performance at the Comedy Store in Leicester Square to an audience of about 150, and everyone really enjoyed it. I was thinking, if only I could make Krishna laugh, following in the footsteps of Madhu Mangala, that would be something. But then I realized my greatest joy would be to make you laugh, Srila Prabhupada. Later on, in October 2024, they invited me to do 2 more performances in Estonia to audiences of 150 each again. It was preaching Krishna consciousness through comedy and making people laugh. In 1973 at Bhaktivedanta Manor, you ordered me to continue my education and become Krishna conscious. This I take to be my abiding instruction from you, Srila Prabhupada, and I would like to carry that out life after life. In about the last 2 months, by your grace, I have completed the following 8 courses: a 10-week course in smartphone and tablet training at my local community center to make full use of my smartphone, a 12-week course on the Artist's Way by Julia Cameron, a spiritual path to higher creativity, in which she recommends reading the Srimad Bhagavatam, a 4-month course in self-expression and leadership with Landmark Worldwide to develop plans for a community project of building a Varnashama College temple for Sri Sri Radhalandanishwara in Regent's Park, together with attending a 9-day open house architectural festival in London, visiting many buildings there and speaking to architects, builders, property developers and planning consultants to see how we can build a gorgeous Indian-style temple for their Lord, as you so desired, for London. A 2-week course in understanding hoarding at the CNWL Mental Health Trust Recovery College to declutter my 40 years of items accumulated in my flat, followed by a 2-week course in Train the Trainer, and then a 3-week course in Music Study Discovery Program to produce and release 6 music tracks on songs of the Vaishnava Acharyas. Finally, a 6-week course in telling my story of how my Krishna consciousness has developed over time. By your mercy, Srila Prabhupada, my brother and I managed to complete reading of Srimad Bhagavatam in January this year, and I have started chanting a minimum of 25 rounds per day and reading 40 pages of your Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita every day. Practically every day I'm experiencing the ecstasy of listening to your disciples giving their realizations in some shape or form. And it is clear, for example, that all your ISKCON gurus are Ritviks acting as your representative, and as such they are able to initiate more and more devotees into the chanting of the holy name of the Lord, and thus spread Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement all over the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is encouraging our devotees by joining with us in glorifying your unique position in the world, in chanting the holy name of the Lord, reading your Bhagavad Gita as it is, and establishing temples everywhere, as is Tulsi Gabbard in the United States and other leaders around the world. In 1973, you asked your disciple Abhiram Das to establish not Disney World, but Vaikuntha World, everywhere. And in 1976, at the greatest Rath Yatra of all time in New York City, 3 great carts for Lord Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra, built by Jayananda Prabhu and organized by Toshan Krishna Prabhu under the auspices of Donald Trump. You said if we continue doing festivals like these, the whole world will become Vaikuntha. Later, I wrote my book, Our Vaikuntha Planet, How to Eliminate Anxiety for 8 billion People, based on that lecture. So while the material world is collapsing all around us, your devotees are busy creating Vaikuntha everywhere. This, Srila Prabhupada, is your legacy, and the time is coming very soon when all the world's leaders will salute you for your endeavor. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Your menial servant, Karana Dakshaya Vishnu Das Adhikari.
Next we have Atmatma Prabhu. Is Keshava Swami, has he disappeared?
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Please accept this offering on the occasion of your divine appearance. You came and gave us the holy names, the cure for Kali's evil games. You docked at the harbour's door and stepped upon the shore. The priceless gifts you brought full of transcendental thought. Who knew what would happen next, the mission so simple and complex? And so it was, the mission started, lost souls in Kali Yuga reunited. Tompkins Square Park, the gathering grew, and in the center, their guru. The mercy of the holy names rang out, and for many there was no doubt. More and more came to hear the pure sound from one so dear. Side to side, jump up and down, the kirtan went round and round. You spoke words we never knew, and so you became our guru. Enlightenment from your books divine came just in time. Now the mission has spread and has awoken the living dead. 1 billion books and more we knock on every door. Chanting the holy names, they sound so inviting. You came not seeking fame, but to give the holy names. Festivals and happy faces, singing and dancing. Prasadam, the gift divine, there's no need of wine. So many lost souls are lost no more, for the answers are sweet and pure. Your last visit, a little difficult, but came you did. And now you left, but are still here. For all of us, you are very dear. I bow to you every day for the gifts that you have given. You are the Acharya of this age, and we serve your mission. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada.
I'm going to give my offering now, and then we have Krishna, Dharma, and Chintamani Prabhus. I'm going to sit because of my knee. Sorry. Oh, of course I've lost it. My dear most Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your beautiful lotus-like feet. All glories to you, my divine spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada, I've been thinking all year about what I can say to you on this all-auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, and have discovered that the English language falls short of the expressions we need to sufficiently say thank you. So there it is, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you. Thank you for all the incredible life experiences I have had because I chose to join and stay in your movement. It's been an incredible life spent trying to serve you in some way or another. I don't have the proverbial rose-tinted glasses, so I'm not in denial of the challenges faced, but I accept them as learning curves as well as insight into the true nature of this material world. Having just returned to Vrindavan for the 50th anniversary of the opening of the Krishna Balaram temple, once again the English language has left me without sufficient words to express how magnificent the celebration was. The festivities were jam-packed with wondrous activities, a Julan Yatra, a Pushpa Abhishek, a boat festival where the courtyard of the temple was filled with water, various processions, and to top it off, a Maha Abhishek, where I was seated right in front of your marvelous marble deity. You would think that it would be impossible to surpass such extraordinary activities, but the evenings were spent listening to memories of you. And how can that be improved upon? Just perfection. Having experienced all of these festivities at the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram, I have now concluded that these must be some of the activities that take place in the spiritual world. Consequently, I now know what I'll be doing if I ever make it back to Godhead. By your grace, I really think that through this festival, you gave us a picture of what the spiritual world must be like and how we will spend our time serving Krishna and his associates. The experience has left me awestruck at your achievements. It is said that you built a house where the whole world can live, and humorously, I can say that I've been in the middle of the Persian shove and squash, as it seemed like the whole world tried to squeeze into Krishna Balaram temple for darshan. You can either love it or hate it, or both at the same time, as you hate that you can no longer have those intimate, quiet moments with the deities, but you love the fact that your preaching, Srila Prabhupada, has been an unparalleled success. You have single-handedly put Vrindavan well and truly back on the map. You have reminded the whole of India about Krishna and turned Vrindavan from a quiet, forgotten village into a hub of countless souls seeking out the mercy of Krishna and the incalculable benefits of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Again, I am left in awe of you and your far-reaching achievements. As I travel to Bombay and the lotus feet of Radharasa Bihari, I'm doing it again. I fought back tears as I had their darshan contemplating on my wonderful life there 50 years ago when you came and went from Hare Krishna land so generously. Your pastimes in Bombay have helped sustain me through the years, particularly how you treated the poor kids from the neighboring slums. You showed us through those children as you fed them from your own hand and gave them darshan in your quarters. The Krishna consciousness is for everyone, regardless of their station in life. You were totally inclusive, and way before it became a policy in Western countries. Again, I'm in awe of your humility and compassion. Now 50 years have passed, which is the majority of one's adult life since those perfect days in Bombay. 50 years since I watched you perform the first artik to Krishna Balaram, where your smile is forever imprinted in my memory. 50 years since the rose petals flowed over the temple floor as if the demigods were showering them from the heavenly planets as you offered that first artik to Krishna Balaram. 50 years is such a large part of one's life, and simultaneously it goes in a flash and you are wondering where the time went. You, Srila Prabhupada, have illustrated perfectly how to spend time and not waste a minute, and all of us benefited from that. I'm not like you, Srila Prabhupada, who defied age and produced unmeasurable achievements in later life. I have slowed down significantly in my old age, but always remember the incredible life I have had in my endeavors to serve you, adventures I could not dream of without you in my life. How lucky am I that I've spent the majority of my life trying to serve you, and how rewarding life has been because you are in it. Therefore, my prayer is that I remain in your service for the remainder of my life, however long that may be. Your servant, Mokshalakshmi Devi. Now we have Krishna Dharma and his good wife Chintamani. Oh, my husband's arrived. I didn't see him.
Okay. Sorry, I've just had it open. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachani Nivishesha Sunyavadi Pashtaja Deshatani. Is there an international book? Is it? That's not it, I don't think. No. It's not been printed, I don't think. Not to worry. This is, in fact, the meaning of Vyasa Puja, taken from, which I wrote for the international book, as my personal offering has got lost. Today we celebrate Vyasa Puja, literally the worship of Srila Vyasadeva, the great sage who compiled the Vedas. We worship our spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, as the divine representative of Vyasadeva, because from him we have received the Vedic knowledge by which we can attain eternal life. This liberating wisdom emanates from the Lord himself. Sarvasya chahang ridi sanivishto, matak smriti jnanam apohanam cha, vedaischa sarvaya aham eva vedyo, Vedanta krit vedavit eva chaham. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. The Lord personally imparts the Vedic knowledge to Lord Brahma, who initiates our sampradaya. Yavanaham yata pavo, Yadrupa gunakarmaka tataiva tattva vijnanam astu te mad anugrahat. All of me, namely my actual eternal form and my transcendental existence, color, qualities and activities, let all be awakened within you by factual realization out of my causeless mercy. 2.932. Brahma teaches that same Vedic knowledge to his son Narad, who in turn instructs his disciple Vyasadeva, from whom it descends in an unbroken line or parampara, eventually reaching you, Srila Prabhupada, to whom we offer our most profound adulation. Our debt to you and all the previous spiritual masters is incalculable. While instructing Srila Sanatana Goswami, Lord Chaitanya said, Krishna Buli se jiva anadir bahimukha, ata eva mayatara deya samsara dukkha. Forgetting Krishna, the living entity has been attracted by the external feature from time immemorial. Therefore, the illusory energy gives him all kinds of misery in his material existence. Madhya Lila 20:117. We have been languishing in material existence, enduring all kinds of misery since time immemorial, which means nobody can calculate how long we have been entrapped. We can perhaps get some idea when we consider the current epoch. We learn from the Bhagavatam that the jivas are injected into the creation through the Lord's glance at the beginning of Brahma's life. Kala vricha tu mayayam gunamayam adhoksaja purushenatma bhutena viryam adatta viryavan. The Supreme Living Being in his feature as the transcendental Purusha incarnation, who is the Lord's plenary expansion, impregnates the material nature of three modes, and thus, by the influence of eternal time, the living entities appear. At the end of each of Brahma's days, when he sleeps and there is annihilation, those souls who have not been liberated enter Lord Vishnu's body until the following creation in the next day of Brahma. Each of those days represents 1,000 cycles of the 4 yugas, equivalent to approximately 4 billion Earth years, with the ensuing nights being the same length. According to the Acharyas, Brahma has lived approximately half of his life, or around 50 of his years. So it appears we have been dwelling in this universe for over 150 trillion years. However, it is possible we came from another universe before that, where we would have remained for its entire duration. And it is not impossible that we have lived through other creations before that. Time itself commences with the commencement of each universe, so we cannot even estimate how long we have been in material existence. All kinds of misery means every type of material body, from germs to gods. In our determined quest to find happiness separate from Krishna, we have tried everything possible repeatedly. Thus we have suffered every imaginable agony, taking birth and dying countless times, repeatedly plunging into hell and experiencing an untold number of catastrophes as we endured the cosmic devastations at the end of each day of Brahma, and even during those days. Sometimes, growing tired of the futile attempt to satisfy our senses, we renounced everything and practiced austerity in the hope of achieving liberation. In this way, we might have achieved temporary respite from the furious storm of suffering, only to again return to it when we became jaded with the state of inertia. The enormity of our stubborn resistance to Krishna's will is indeed staggering. For endless eons, we have resolutely refused to accept his supreme position and our subordination as his servants, endeavoring to act as would-be lords ourselves. This has presented us with an insurmountable problem, as Krishna states in the Gita, Daivi hiyesha gunamayi mama maya duratyaya mameva ye prapadyante mayam etam taranti te. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of nature, is difficult to overcome, but those who surrender to me can easily cross beyond it. Until we surrender to Krishna, we must remain in the inescapable fortress of material existence. We cannot extract ourselves by any independent effort. We need the Lord's intervention. Lord Chaitanya told Sanatana Goswami, Maya mukta jivera nahi swata Krishna jnana, jivera kripaya kaila Krishna Veda Purana. The conditioned soul cannot revive his Krishna consciousness by his own effort, but out of causeless mercy, Lord Krishna compiled the Vedic literature and its supplements, the Puranas. CC Madhya 21.2.2. In his purport to this verse, Srila Prabhupada describes our awkward situation of entrapment in material consciousness, mistakenly thinking ourselves part of the material world, and thereby undergoing the concomitant vicissitudes. We become the slaves of lust, greed, anger, and envy, and when the inevitable results of that become too much to bear, we serve mental speculation. In other words, we try to devise a way to end our misery while remaining averse to the real solution, surrendering to Krishna. Thankfully, the Lord takes pity on us. As you go on to say, Srila Prabhupada, out of his causeless mercy and compassion, Krishna has compiled various Vedic literatures in his incarnation as Vyasadeva. Vyasadeva is a Shakti-Avesha avatar of Lord Krishna. He has very kindly presented these literatures to awaken the conditioned soul to his senses. Madhya Lila 21.2.2. As the means to end our miserable state will never occur to us, Krishna comes personally to spell it out in the Vedic literature. However, we still require the Lord's mercy to understand the Vedas. As Brahma says in the Bhagavatam, Atapi te deva padambuja dvaya prasadale sanugrihita evahi janati tattvam bhagavan mehinno nachanya eko pichiram vichinvan. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate to understand the Supreme Lord are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. That mercy comes to us through Vyasadev's authorized representative, the spiritual master, whose guidance is essential. Only by Guru's grace can we comprehend Vedic truths. As the Upanishads say, Yasya deve para bhakti, yata deve tata guru, tasyaite katita hyata, prakashante mahatmana. Only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. Svetasvata. The Vedas themselves confirm this point. Paraphrasing the words of the personified Vedas from the Bhagavatam 10.87.33 in his Krishna book, Prabhupada writes, you write, Srila Prabhupada, my apologies. The personified Vedas continued, Dear Lord, although great mystic yogis may have full control over the elephant of the mind and the hurricane of the senses, unless they take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, they fall victim to the material influence and are never successful in their attempts at self-realization. Such unguided persons are compared to merchants going to sea on a ship without a captain. One must accept a bona fide spiritual master and work according to his direction. Then it is possible to cross over the ocean of material conditions. We thus owe everything to you, Srila Prabhupada, the authorized representative of Vyasadeva. Without your grace, we would be rotting in this material world with no idea how to save ourselves, especially as we now find ourselves immersed in the darkness of Kali Yuga, where ignorance abounds. As the sages of Naimisharanya said to Sutta Goswami, Tamna sandarshito tatra dustarang nistitirshatam kalim sattva harang pungsang kanadara ivanavam. We think we have met your goodness by the will of providence, just so that we may accept you as the captain of the ship for those who desire to cross the difficult ocean of Kali, which deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being. 1.122. The spiritual master is the captain of the ship that sails us to freedom, rescuing us from a shoreless sea of suffering in which we have floundered for longer than we can even begin to imagine. Our debt to you, Srila Prabhupada, and all your forebears is inestimable and can never be repaid. We therefore worship you with utmost respect on this auspicious occasion of Vyasa Puja. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. I'm so happy to once again attend your Vyasa Puja, hear devotees' remembrances of you, and join them in glorifying you. Yet despite all the formal ritual glorifications we do, recently I have become conscious that there is a danger we may inadvertently also defame you. This has happened to Hazrat Muhammad, whose reputation has been besmirched by his overly zealous followers. Regardless of what others think of him, you said, quote, "We accept Lord Jesus Christ as Shaktiavish avatar, or Hazrat Muhammad, he's also, because these two religious leaders of the world, they preached about the glorification of the Supreme Lord, and they sacrificed everything for preaching the glories of the Lord. Only 48 years after your physical departure, we already see that in some quarters your reputation has been tarnished due to the misbehavior of your followers. I don't want to be overly negative. You encouraged us to look with one good eye and one bad eye. With my good or appreciative eye, I see ISKCON continues to grow and prosper. The GBC has built a grand temple in Mayapur, maintains high standards of deity worship, spreads Nam Kirtan, hosts wonderful festivals and Rath Yatras. The manor is prospering and developing, and we're ensuring the wide distribution of your books and Krishna Prasadam, among many other achievements. I'm sure you're immensely pleased with the devotees who make all this possible. However, with my bad or critical eye, I see that ISKCON is plagued by faith-destroying scandals, and the devotee community is sometimes afflicted with social ills. I quote a devotee psychologist who works in Sridham Hospital in Mayapur. He recently wrote, quote, "I found lots of devotees are traumatized, suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder." Sorry, I lost my place. post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, panic, self-harm, suicidal thoughts, suicidal ideations, personality disorders, communication problem, fear, anger, decision-taking problems. In our Sridham community, I found relationship issues so much, separation, divorce, and more. I found devotees happy outside, but dying inside. Srila Prabhupada, your followers should not be experiencing such problems. You told us, quote, if a person is actually executing devotional service, then he must be happy. If he's not happy, then he's not doing properly. I don't think we should ignore these problems. Rather, I think we should ask, what are we not doing properly? Srila Rupa Goswami gives us a clue. Shruti Smriti Pranadi Pancharatra Vidim Vina Aikantiki Hare Bhakti Utpajeva Kalpate. Devotion that ignores the authorized Vedic scriptures is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. Could it be we're inadvertently ignoring the Vedic scriptures? Is that why we continue to experience problems? I cannot think of any other reason. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 2, Text 36, purport, you write, without hearing sufficiently and properly, no one can make progress by any of the methods of practice. If this is the underlying problem, let us turn to you for the solution. In 72, you wrote to Tribhuvana, quote, I'm very much stressing nowadays that my students should increase their reading of my books. Sorry, I keep losing my place. I'm very much stressing nowadays that my students should increase their reading of my books and try to understand them from different angles of vision. Each shloka can be seen from many, many angles of vision, so become practiced in seeing things like this. Dear Srila Prabhupada, unfortunately I am an ocean of faults, so it is certainly not my intention to find fault with others. However, since you instructed us to not be blind followers, but to try and understand the philosophy properly, I'm doing my best in this regard. You wrote in a letter in 1976, a sincere student should not neglect the discussion of such conclusions, considering them controversial, for such discussions strengthen the mind. Thus one's mind becomes attached to Sri Krishna. You should be always alert in understanding the Shastric conclusions. That will help you. Otherwise, we can be misled by bogus philosophies. I'm very pleased that you are studying the books. This will make you happy and successful. For these reasons, together with my husband, we have created a website called improvingsangha.com, wherein we try to respectfully but honestly discuss the problems which plague ISKCON, along with what we consider to be the solutions to the problems, your many instructions regarding how we can improve our association with you. If there is any validity to anything we share, then I pray that those who are wiser than us and much more spiritually powerful than us will consider how to integrate those instructions into ISKCON's culture. My fear is that if we continue to neglect such discussions, we may inadvertently defame you due to misunderstanding and misapplying your teachings. You said in a lecture in 1968, you should be religious, but should understand everything philosophically. Otherwise, one becomes fanatics, religious fanatics. So we should not become religious fanatics, nor dry mental speculators. Both these classes of men are dangerous. They cannot make any advance. The combination, you should be religious, but try to understand each and every line philosophically. If we take Shastra discussions seriously, then I'm certain we can solve the problems of our own lives become genuinely happy, and ultimately go back home to Godhead. Sorry. You wrote to your disciple, Bhaktivedanta, in 1972, try to always study our books and see our philosophy from different lights of directions. Become convinced yourself of the knowledge, and without a doubt, all of your difficulties of mind will disappear forever, and you will see Krishna face to face. If we truly want to spread your glories, investing in our personal success must be at least as important as coming together to ceremoniously glorify you. Your aspiring servant, Chintamani.
And now we have our resident sannyasi, Keshava Swami. After we have Parasaram Jagatam Govinda.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share something. Dear Srila Prabhupada, placing my head at your lotus feet again and again, please accept these humble words of gratitude. This year's offering is entitled The Touchstone. Vaishnavas are more valuable than gold. Actually, they are touchstones which turn everything into gold. Actually, they're even more valuable than touchstones because Vaishnavas are special touchstones which transform others into touchstones. Srila Prabhupada, I was touched by you, I was touched by your example, I was touched by your vision, and every single day I continue to be touched by your glorious movement. Your teachings have touched my life. Every day they bring a shy, introverted, and reserved personality to life. I never envisaged being a public speaker, but your teachings are so powerful that even a quiet individual who lacks confidence finds the drive and desire to share this wisdom in the world. I'm ready to go anywhere, enter any arena, and speak to anyone. Nobody can argue with your teachings, even when delivered by an imperfect instrument. Just too good. Your mission has touched my life. I was heading for the monotonous, run-of-the-mill, humdrum existence, where fitting in and finding comfort is the gold standard of success. Who dares to veer away from the prevailing narrative? When I heard of your sacrifice, your willingness to shed gallons of blood for the upliftment of others, it awakened me to a life of transcendental adventure and excitement. You activated me in this electrifying movement. It wakes me up every single morning. Purpose is the best alarm clock in the world. Srila Prabhupada, your gift of book distribution has touched my life. Being on the street, up and down the country, every town and village, rain or shine, meeting people from practically every walk of life, dealing with disappointment and rejection, and simultaneously seeing the miracles and magic before our eyes. Book distribution changed my life. This simple adventure, Sankirtan, what I call the school of life, turned an impractical person into someone who learned deep lessons about commitment, communication, and kindness. Sometimes I close my eyes, think of mystical moments on book distribution, and become emotional. This activity has softened my heart like none other. Srila Prabhupada, your followers touched my life. I was so impressed when I saw them working hard day and night, ready to go the extra mile with no time to waste. These were individuals who believed in something. Finally, someone who really believes in what they do. Your followers were bold, but also humble. They were smart, but also simple. They were charismatic, but also deep. They were transcendental, but also completely down to earth. These saintly individuals had been touched by you, and they touched me by their dedication. They instilled within me a desire to touch the hearts of others. Bhakti awakens bhakti, heart to heart. Srila Prabhupada, your kirtan touched my life. I still remember that mystical, deep, resonant voice magically descending from another dimension of reality. This wasn't music, but more like a cry of love. That melody, the one everyone sings, emanating from underneath the tree at Tompkins Square Park, continues to reverberate around the world, reaching the most remote places. The eternal vibration echoes through your sincere followers, and their kirtan makes me dance. That's a miracle. I was never one for dancing. The holy name touched my heart, and it took me beyond my mind. Srila Prabhupada, you touched my life. You're a touchstone. Srila Prabhupada, you turn crows into swans. You are a spiritual disruptor, a game changer, and a transcendental magician of the highest caliber. I'll consider my life a success if I can touch many people's hearts, just as you have touched my heart. May I always be in touch with you, the transcendental touchstone, whose spiritual status is untouchable and incomparable. Your servant, S.B. Keshava Swami.
Thank you. Get up there. Jack, can you go next?
Dear Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your lotus feet, by whose mercy a lame man can dance and a blind man can see beyond the mundane world. Gargamuni Prabhu remembers, while in Calcutta, Srila Prabhupada liked his morning walk at Victoria Memorial. Once Srila Prabhupada recollects, that was built in the memory of Victoria. It was done imitating the Taj Mahal. It took 20 years. Sir Rajendra Nath Mukherjee of Martin Company, he took the contract, and after finishing, he was given the title Sir. And when it was being constructed, I went to the top by crossing the scaffolding. When Brahmananda told Prabhupada, "You must have been very brave," Srila Prabhupada said, "Yes, I am still brave." Laughter. "Otherwise, how could I come alone to preach Krishna consciousness? I am still brave." In Kali Yuga, it's hard to, that's a quotation. In Kali Yuga, it's hard to find good qualities in people. People say, never meet your heroes, you'll be disappointed. But bravery is easy to recognize, even for a dull-headed person like myself. And you, Srila Prabhupada, stepped out of the comfort zone at the request of your Guru Maharaj to give the living entities a chance to return back to Godhead. We can only conclude that such compassion is rarely gifted to anyone. The scriptures clearly explain the significance of your mercy, both internally and externally, and we are in awe. Here at Krishna's Castle in central London, we have been given the opportunity to render a little devotional service through prasad distribution, book distribution, and Harinam Sankirtan. We are eternally indebted to you. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
That's after Govinda, and Prayojana after Jagatam.
Devotees, oh sorry, should I repeat again? I'd like to offer my most humble obeisances also to the Maharajas and also to all the very beautiful and dear and faithful devotees here. I'd just like to read a short prayer by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. It's entitled Gurudev. Gurudev, by a drop of your mercy, make this servant of yours more humble than a blade of grass. Give me strength to bear all trials and troubles, and free me from all desires for personal honor. O Lord and Master, invest me with the power to properly honor all living beings. Only then will I sing the holy name in great ecstasy, and will all my offenses cease. O Lord and Master, when will this devotee be blessed by obtaining your mercy? I am low, fallen, and devoid of all strength and intelligence. Please make me your beloved servant. When I examine myself, I find nothing of value. Now, the next sentence is the translation given in this edition of the Vaishnava Songbook, but there was another translation which I'm going to tell you in a minute. Bhaktivedanta Thakur says, your mercy is therefore essential to me. If you are not merciful, I will constantly weep, and I will not maintain my life any longer. So in another edition of this songbook, it is said that your mercy is all that I am made of. It's a very beautiful phrase, and it's a phrase that goes on in my mind over and over again. A few years ago, I was in Vrindavan, and there were many strangers that came up to me in Vrindavan. They were people who were seeking spiritual life, looking for a guru, and so many of them said to me, oh, you have so much love in you. And I was very shocked by that, because I definitely felt no love in my heart, or very little love in my heart. And then when I got back to the UK, it dawned on me, Srila Prabhupada, your mercy is all that I am made of. And what they were seeing was simply your mercy. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to your eternal service, to the divine couple, Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda. Another year has passed since I last wrote you an offering. Over the last year, I have witnessed the further expansion of your ISKCON UK. I am losing track of all the outreach initiatives that are continually manifesting. This expansion is all by your mercy. What I connect to most is quote-unquote old school preaching. So I'm grateful to the Harinam Sankirtan devotees who are inspiring me to continue to serve you through street chanting and festival kirtans. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to sing the songs of the Vaishnavacharyas in the temple room with sincere, like-minded devotees. Unless I develop genuine attachment in serving you, my position in this world is precarious. So I request you, if I am in any way worthy to ask, that you guide me on the path to developing the higher taste. Please give me a drop of your mercy, your insignificant servant, Govinda Das.
I've lost my list. Yeah, Prayojana was next, and after Prayojana Is Srila still here? He always leaves before I call him. Is he here this year? Oh. Okay, Hari Kirtan. After Prayojana. Mrinalini Radhika. She's still here? After Prayojana. Where's Prayojana? I've lost him. Oh, he's coming. Here he is. Our ex-beloved temple commander. So then Hari Kirtan, Mrinalini Radhika. Let's see how we're doing for time.
Well, first of all, this temple commander has forgotten his glasses, but no. It'll have to be complete ad lib. But certainly, I must do a correction there. Temple commander means temple servant, nothing else. You're a slave, and there's nothing else. But in generally, mine is an observation of an experience that I've had to adapt to. The first experience I've had to adapt to is that I have to have somebody to serve me, to somehow stay in Krishna consciousness. And the other thing, there's been many crises in my journey. Certainly, there were times when I felt completely useless, and I'd actually was falling behind my rounds, everything. I had a trip to hospital, which was a nightmare. And when I came back, I had to learn to chant again. I know if anybody's watched that film, someone's in the cuckoo nest. I had an experience like that in hospital. It was horrific, actually. They terrorized the patients. It was a certain group of people had taken over. So now, to get back to the manor, it was such a relief. I was amongst devotees again. But I had to learn to chant. Sorry, is it not loud enough? Okay. But I had to learn to chant again and chant my rounds. But the most amazing thing is, every day I find myself behind in my rounds. So I'm chanting 16 rounds a day to catch up the rounds that I didn't do the next day. So in a mixed up way, I'm still chanting 16 rounds. But also to revive somehow my Gayatri mantras, it revitalized me actually. Though, and it's, there's a very nice, it was a writing, Sri Namastikam, and it tells you the complete mercy of the holy name. And I refer to these more for inspiration. But my most inspiration I get from is this the support that I'm now receiving by the manor. And I want to say my appreciation of the manor and the glorification of the outreach, whether it be with the school program, the kirtan, Govinda, and all the kirtan is here. It's, I had to learn to dance again. It's an amazing thing that somehow the kirtan inspires one to do things that normally I was being pushed around in a wheelchair, but somehow that's been revived by the devotees, helping me with my physiotherapy. So I'm now fraught with accidents, knocking over things. Old man's disease, I'm afraid to say, but it's a blessing too. It keeps you. It's keeping me down here. But as I say, best to be the temple servant in any way you can. And I like to distribute my spiritual master's books, and it brings me joy. And also, I'd like to give credit to my personal helper, Damodar, who's now written his own little book. And he's an inspiration to me and keeps me on the road. He guides me as well. He's my Shiksha Guru. So I want to thank all of you here and all the devotees, as has been said here. The disciples of Prabhupada are giving us Prabhupada, and I'm so thankful for that. I listen all the time to Prabhupada, because especially at night, if I'm depressed, I get that feeling of assertion that there is a goal, that there is someone here. And one last thing is my family now, they call me Granddad Krishna, which is an interesting aspect. So I just want to say thank you to all of you here who helped me on my journey, a journey to Krishna. And His Holiness Radhanath Swami, who's my spiritual master's spiritual master. We seem to go through trials and tribulations, but I'm thankful for them, whatever they may be. Somehow, it's helping me in my Krishna consciousness. So, thank you to you all, and I hope you have a wonderful glorification day. We're very fortunate to be with each other. So I thank you all. Vanchakalpatru Bhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavabhyo Namo Namaha. Thank you. Now I'll try and go and find my glasses.
Where's Hari Kirtan? Here we are.
Obeisances, excuse me, at your lotus feet. I've changed a little bit, so forgive me. It's Hari Kirtan here. Srila Prabhupada. I'm not really good at preparing speeches, so I listened to Chintamani Dharma, which inspired me, and our young sannyasi, and the last speaker, Temple Commander, and I just took a few things from there. So, if I'm allowed to say this, there's a lot of senior devotees here, but the only way to make advancement, not only in Krishna consciousness, but in any spiritual walk of life, you have to leave the comfort zone. The comfort zone, yeah. That's why 45 years, I think it's enough. It taught me to, if you want Krishna, if you want the mercy of Krishna, if you want the mercy of devotees, if you want to be loved by devotees, you serve devotees. Our greatest example of what I'm trying to say is Srila Prabhupada. The greatest example of what I'm trying to say, Srila Prabhupada, he set the bar. And Srila Prabhupada's early disciples, why do you think so many miracles occurred at that time? Why? Because they were just fearless. Out of the comfort zone. Do this, go there, open the temple, do this. They didn't think, they just did it because it was hard. Why do we love Sri Bhuvanath so much? Why do we love Sri Bhuvanath? Tell me. The reason we love him is because he was dangerous. He went places, adventures, fearlessly. Came out of the comfort zone. He probably didn't even tell us really the degree of what he went through. Right? Bhaktivedanta Swami. Certain devotees stand out. So it comes to Hunter Prabhu. Certain devotees, they weren't really acknowledged until later. Mulida. It's the quiet ones. But I'm saying you have to leave. If you're feeling too comfortable, you can't be making advancement. When I say comfortable, I don't mean, materially you have to have a nice car. But Chindamani Dham, and a good husband, Krishna Dharma, my good friend, he said something very important. And she said, I can't remember exactly what he said, but she said, what is it that is making us, our devotees, so depressed and full of all mental problems? And she's talking about me because I was one of them. And you know what the solution is? Prabhupada said it, chant Hare Krishna. But it's not just as simple as that. The reason why Sankirtan devotees are sometimes envied back in the day, a little bit, is because they would come back to the temple of light. They'll be like lights. They'll be like... Because why? See, Tapa, a young sannyasi, I forget your name. But he made it very clear. When he said it sent shivers down my spine. These little magic things that happen when you surrender. Magic happens when you surrender. Yeah? If you just walk out on the street by yourself with a book bag and start doing books, right? No one knows you're there. You haven't told anyone, you're just doing it. Krishna sees. Prabhupada sees. Yeah. So the only way, I swear, I know because I'm going through it. Okay. You have to. Even if you get all these material desires like I do. I mean, it's like I'm single for the last 5 years. Krishna, is there a wife? No, no wife. Okay. But I'm still pushing on. Not looking for a wife. Krishna is my wife now. No, but I'm just saying, if Krishna sends me and blesses me with one, I'm not plugging, by the way. But I'm just saying, our sadhana is not all. It really isn't. Because sadhana becomes mechanical. I'm telling you. You chant Hare Krishna. Did you hear one mantra? I did it. I'm talking about myself. I walked into a shop one day. Indian man said to me, why are you chanting so mindlessly? And I was offended. But when I think back, I was. Right? If you're going to chant, chant. If you're not going to chant, watch TV. I'm saying, you have to come out of the comfort zone. That's all. Srila Prabhupada ki.
So, Sambhanas Prabhu, I've reached a panic point. We've got 15 minutes. So, Sambhanas, Mrinalini, Prabhu.
Jai Om Jnana Timiranda Shagana Gana Sarakaya Chaksura Munitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Srila Prabhupada, I didn't prepare anything written this year, just ad hoc, just a few memories of your association many years ago. So many years ago, back in 71, just around the time of our initiation, we had the good fortune of going with you on a morning walk in what was then called Prabhupada's Park, which was in Great Russell Street in Holborn. Every morning when you were here, you would go for a walk with as many disciples as would come. So one morning walk, we were walking around the park with you, and some devotee decided to pick some twigs from the branch for toothpicks. That was very popular in those days, to take some twigs for toothpicks. So the park keeper somehow noticed this, and he's become upset. Why are you stealing the twigs from the branches? So Prabhupada noticed the park keeper was chastising the devotee, and he said, just see, the British, all their lives they've been in charge of the whole world, dominating the whole world, and now they're worried about a few twigs, a few branches, a few twigs. So that was Prabhupada's observations were very astute. He could see everything, he was very aware of what's happening around him,
very, very alert, even at that age. So Prabhupada, he knows everything, past, present, and future. Another remember, so it's when you came to Scotland in 1972, about September, October, you were with us for 3 days. And I happened to be up in the Brahmachari ashram, just crossing over from one room to the next. And then you came out of the bathroom with your gumshoe on and your Brahmin thread over your ear, coming to go have a shower. So I thought, this is amazing. So I quickly paid my obeisances. But when I got up again, you were already inside, so I couldn't do anything else. I was grateful for those few seconds with you alone in the corridor. So Srila Prabhupada, I'm so grateful to be your disciple for this long, having been able to stay in Krishna consciousness. But it is your protection that's given me to allow me to stay in your movement and keep going somehow or other, even in a weakened state. I'm so grateful to you eternally for your giving me strength, because I'm only here because of your strength and your desire for me to stay and not become a rascal, big rascal. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
We're actually setting up now simultaneously for the Abhishek, just so we can have the prompt as we can with everything.
Hare Krishna and Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to you. Sorry, shall I start again? Okay. There's something very special about Bhaktivedanta Manor, and indeed other temples where you were physically present and installed the deities. I first noticed it in New Mayapur in 2010. There was definitely a wonderful atmosphere, and that, plus the chance to associate with the devotees there, really enthused me in my spiritual life. It felt like the time was ripe to take my devotional life more seriously. I noticed it too at Bhaktivedanta Manor, especially the spring when I came for a one-day Vastu course. I don't remember what year it was. What I do remember is the peacefulness, the beautiful nature surrounding the temple, the friendliness and the warmth of the devotees. In both places, I felt your presence. That was so reassuring. Staying on short visits in a lady's guest house, or sometimes the ashram, over the years, I sometimes got the service of cleaning your rooms, refreshing the flower arrangements, or ironing your clothes. All of these services felt so blissful to me. It would be so hard to explain to a non-devotee how blissful housework can be when it's done for you and as an offering to Krishna. I remember one of the new ones coming in and getting fed up of ironing. We all started there, but thanks to the education he gave us in how to love Krishna, we all, sometime or other, come to that point of enjoying our services. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for building so many temples, translating so many books, teaching so many disciples how to live so that they could pass it on to us. Help us to understand the philosophy and move closer and closer to Krishna. I feel so very fortunate to be here at last and hope that I too can help others to progress. I only realized this morning that there was 24 hours left to write something, this is when I wrote it, and submit it. One of the things I've learned here is to strive for high standards, but to remember also that something's better than nothing. My offering is a little short this year, but it comes with a lot of love and appreciation of the huge task you had in bringing Krishna consciousness to the Western countries, and especially turning us hippies into happies. Thank you again and again. Your aspiring servant, Rinalini Radhikadasi. Hare Krishna.
Now we have Amita, who's been really trying to bring our community together.
Just before I attempt to make an offering, the head pujaris asked me to just mention that there is, with Abhishek ceremony now, there's only a limited amount of liquid to offer to bathe Srila Prabhupada, so he wanted me to say, Srila Prabhupada, disciples go first. but it's a pet subject of mine. I wish I could speak stronger. It's a pet subject of mine that I want to, I find it embarrassing that only Prabhupada disciples get honored. So I'll be asking some of the devotees, and please don't be offended if I don't ask you to bathe Srila Prabhupada, but I'll just select some that I feel have contributed a lot. Right, that's the easy bit. If you look in the windows out here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows, I had an idea, mainly inspired by last year's Vyasa Puja. One Mataji offered a book. Sorry, my God brothers and sisters know that I'm a bit soft around the edges, so the rest of you will understand, I'm sure. But she offered a book that was the second canto in Farsi language. Which I found inspiring. Srila Prabhupada, I'm your book distributor, one of your book distributors. And I know how much books mean to you. That you're alive in your books. That's not the problem. You're alive in your books. And anyone can talk with you, hear you, associate with you through your books. And in the English language, we're spoiled. We have all your books. And we all remember when a new book came out, what a big occasion it was. Whether it was a Bhagavatam volume or a CC volume, or even just a small book. It was a big occasion, and every temple around the world, the temples that existed at that time. But that same thing is happening all around the world in other languages. Every minute of the day, your books are being translated, printed, and distributed. And if you look at that banner up there, it says 89 languages so far. So I foolishly wrote to all the BBT trustees and asked them, please donate me 1 copy of any book that you've printed in the last year. Just in the last year. And some didn't donate them, I had to buy them. But I got 400 books sent. And that's not everything, but that's just in the last year. And some languages, they don't print every year, like Spanish and Portuguese, they only print every 2nd year. So I've written, and it's on a board down the end there. If I don't make it through, you can read it there. But this process of translating all Prabhupada's books into all the languages and alphabets of the world is going on. And these are very sincere devotees, sometimes working in very dangerous situations. We have a liberal society where the movement is accepted and we don't even get arrested anymore. But when we were on book distribution or on Harinam, we used to be arrested regularly. Not necessarily fined, but sometimes locked up. But those days are gone now. And we have a complete acceptance, as close as we can expect, to be able to practice Krishna consciousness, to be able to dress as devotees. And we followed a formula that Prabhupada gave us to work with the Indian community and to develop book distribution. And these two parallel tracks are what built Prabhupada's movement and ISKCON in the UK and in so many other countries around the world. So I just want to, if you read some of the statements from other countries, like in Russia, the Russian devotees weren't even confident enough to give me a statement because they didn't want to say anything against their government, because everything they do, say, talk, write, telephone conversations is all listened to. It's all followed. In China, it's even worse. The devotees, they wouldn't tell me how many books they printed for fear of somebody in authority finding out. But if you have a look, the covers of their books are beautiful. They are, I think, the graphic designs are the most beautiful I've seen of Prabhupada's books. But they just refer to the security situation. And Prabhupada did tell us that sometimes they will offend you, they will insult you, they'll love you, but ultimately every society has to go through that change. The stage that we're at here, many countries are 20, 30, 50 years away from that, but there are devotees, and I'm just full of respect for those devotees. Not Prabhupada's disciples directly, but Prabhupada's grand-disciples, great-grand-disciples. Who are risking everything for you. And this is our offering. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of devotees are offering their service to you, Srila Prabhupada, so you can offer it to your Guru Maharaj. Because ultimately we know that that's your mood, to please your Guru Maharaj. And I would say to all disciples of all other gurus, just have that mood. You serve your Guru Maharaj and he serves his Guru Maharaj, and that is the Parampara system. But if anything, I would say, give your best association to the weakest. The devotees who are struggling, give your best association to them, because they are the ones that your Guru Maharaj will have to come back and save if you don't help them. And that's our service. That's how you please your spiritual master, by making sure that everybody is served. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada.
I just finished by saying, please read, have a look at the display. Jai Prabhupada.
Go on.
They're chanting now for Prabhupada.
Prabhupada.
Yeah.
Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Patit Pavan.
Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavan.
Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavan.
Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavan.
Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Hari Bol. Pada Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine.
Nam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachaline Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Prasatyadi Satarine.
Jai Shri Krishna
Hari Bol, Hari
Chaitanya
Bol.
Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasade Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
Hari Bol.
Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavrinda.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna
now we have, I think, Puspanjali or Guru Puja. What is it?
Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you for coming to Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. The next step of the program, the next program is that we will have Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada. So the Aarti will be offered here, and I think if you want, you can have 2 queues. Do we have enough flowers are we offering flowers during Guru Puja? So we have some flowers there, somebody will give them out. Or we just do it during the Pushpanjali at the end? Should we, yeah? Okay. We can either, do you want to offer during Guru Puja, or should we just do it at the Pushpanjali at the end? There's enough flowers? No, she's saying there's enough. Okay. Just Guru Puja?
Yeah, apparently there's not enough. Oh, there's a whole bucket.
Okay, we'll have Guru Puja now, and after Guru Puja, we will have Pushpanjali, and I think everybody can offer flowers during the Pushpanjali. Yeah? Okay. All right. So, who would like to sing? Have you? I think I'm going to give.
Okay. Ready? Conch blowing. We have conch. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Vando Mui Savadana Mate. Vando Moe Savadana Mate. Jahara Prasade Bhai Deva Bhattariya Jai. Jahara Prasade Bhai Deva Bhattariya Jai. Krishna Prapti Hoya Jaha Hoite. prasade pure sarva asha. Je prasade pure sarva asha. Padma Vakya Chitite Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitite Koriya Aikya Arana Kori Hamane Asha Chakudana Dilo Jai Janme Janme Prabhu Se Chakudana Dilo Jai Janme Janme Prabhu Se Gyan Hriday Prokasito Divya Gyan Hriday Prokasito Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhija Vinasa Jate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhija Vinasa Jate Vede Gajahara Charito Vede Gajahara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Mahaprabhu Koradoya Jai Amore Padachaya Mahaprabhu Koradoya Jai Amore Padachaya Shukri Bhuvana Ebe Jasaku Shukri Bhuvana Aha Prabhu Koradoya Deha More Padachaya Padelo Elo Sharana Due Padelo Elo Sharana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschacha Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasani Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Nitai go Haribo, 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 Nitai go Haribo. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada's special anniversary, Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja ki jai. Gaura Premanande, Haribo. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Astottara Satashi Shimad Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai. Ganga Mai ki, Jamuna Mai ki, Tulsi Devi ki, Bhakti Devi ki, Samaveda Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only